And we are live. Now I'm going to play a file because mom is sleeping here, so I don't want to make too much noise. Okay, that's done. Let's put this over here. All right. What the heck is going on with this pop out? Twitch. Oh, Twitch is working. Okay. Rumble. Okay, we're all set up. So it just finished raining here. So the front is gonna push through. Now it is super early. Let me raise my mic up because I gotta talk low because mom is sleeping. Right there. So let me fix the clock. And I'm gonna play a file. Mark Antonio, Daryl, and Tara from a few weeks ago. And I'll go out and tweak the camera when I can, when the clouds have some clearing. It's hard to focus it in right now with all those clouds. And we are 2 nights before peak. Saturday night is the peak. So we could see some activity. All right, the clock is fixed. Can't really focus here. They say tomorrow night's supposed to be stunning. Clear. I'm having a milkshake. All right, I'm going to now play this file.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Skyto Radio. It is I, Mark D'Antonio, and over there we have Tara, and down there we have Daryl. How you doing, Tara?
Hi, good to see you. Hi, everyone.
Tonight I'm getting a strange feeling of deja vu. How are you, Daryl?
I'm good, thank you. Hello.
Great to see you guys. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's been a crazy evening. I'm glad that we got started. I want to thank Bill, our producer, who came on to help us get going here. Bill Skywatcher, always Bill. Helpful. Bill was with us in Arizona for the first time in his life, and to say he had a good time, I think, is not an understatement. I think he had a really good time. I think he could have done without, the spiders and the things like that. Okay. But we did
Or
give
the
him the heat, yeah. But we did give him a lollipop that had a scorpion in it. Live, it was dead scorpion. Yes, it was a scorpion pop.
Nice.
Or as they say out there, a scorpion sucker. And I think he enjoyed it.
You can't eat them.
Well, it was apple, so I don't know if he ate it. He should
They're
have.
edible.
Yeah,
I wouldn't eat one.
Yeah,
No, thank you.
Just like crickets,
Yeah.
And if you look in the lollipop, what they had in there, they actually removed the stinger off the back of it, which tells you that they meant for you to eat it. And there's other.
No, thank you.
I mean, that's like eating fugu sushi. That's the stuff that'll kill you.
That's right. Fugu fish.
Right.
Puffer fish, yeah. Yeah, I don't know about whether the scorpions can will kill you. And I know that the southwestern ones won't. They give you a nasty sting, but if they pump in the venom, that's when. I don't know if you ingest it by swallowing it, whether that would actually do the same thing. I think it has to get in the bloodstream. But Tara knows because she knows all about scorpions.
Well, we did practice desert survival when we were children growing up here in the desert. But that's like a last source is to eat the scorpions. So, I just don't think about it.
Yeah,
but I would if I had to.
And I think to myself saying, I'm just going to starve. Thank you.
Yeah, I know you think that.
Until you're in that state where you're so hungry that even a scorpion looks like a delicacy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I can see it. I can see it happening.
It has some moisture in them, so you need it.
Well, it took a long time to get me to eat sushi. How about you, Daryl?
I don't like sushi either. I won't eat sushi. Mm-hmm. But as the French gastronome Briat Savarin said, hunger is the best sauce. So if sufficiently motivated, maybe I would.
I think if you're on a raft in the middle of the ocean and the fish jumped into your boat, you would tear into that thing like no tomorrow.
So. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you'd be eating raw fish saying, this is the best thing I've ever had, scales and all.
Dagger.
Gross. But you know what? We do think about it, don't we? So anyway.
Mind over matter.
That's right. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
So, guys, we just got back from New Mexico and Arizona. And New Mexico, I went to speak in Roswell. But after I spoke in Roswell, it went very well. We ended up going west, and Bill Skywatcher, our producer, was with us. And we went to the Very Large Array, currently named the Carl Jansky Very Large Array, after Carl Jansky, a famous radio astronomer.
Cool.
And it was just amazing. And it's really cool. And before we get to that, I just want to tell you a little bit more about what the lure of the desert is, okay? We actually have... This broadcast is brought to you in part by SkyTour Livestream, which is our desert telescope, which is right here. Okay. It's in a building out in the desert. We have an all sky cam, and we take people on a nightly tour of the night sky, and we show them amazing sights, including this door. Actually, this door was made by our very own Tara. There she is right there. She's the artist that made this door, and it's all bottle caps, guys. Oh, I don't know. All those colors are the natural colors of the cap. And this is right about the time when Daryl should probably toss out his guess for the count of the
1,326. And I know it's still wrong.
It is.
Who's the nerdy guy in the picture?
I don't know. I can't stare at his legs. They're too white.
Yeah.
Okay? Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
But going to the business end.
A little low, Daryl.
Inside, here again is Tara looking at the telescope. She's actually doing some work on it, and we're doing some troubleshooting. Now and then we need to do that. And all of our cables are bundled up nicely. They're off the floor. We do cable management pretty substantially well, but we just can't. If the telescope moves around, you can't have it tugging on the cable to unplug it. So we have to really put it through its motions. And sometimes, though, even with its hardware, sometimes hardware fails. And when it does, well, Tara will take her truck out to the desert with Marianne. There she is.
Yes, she is.
And load up the telescope in the truck and take it down to Tucson, 2.5 hours away, maybe more from this distance, and get it fixed. And Starizona down in Tucson has been absolutely wonderful in helping us do that. Awesome. I can tell you, it would be so cool if you guys would actually join our Patreon. Okay, this helps us. It supports us. It helps keep us going. we have we're actually paying for the internet on our site, and that's actually over $100 a month. Not only that, we now have another site going in the next month or so, month and a half, and that's going to be a second telescope with different
Wow.
capabilities. Yeah,
Mm.
and that's going to be really cool. So we're gonna need help even more. But you know what? I'm really hopeful that this telescope will be joined by that second one for sure. And then the third one, which is behind me, you can't really see it. It's over there, actually, right there.
Oh, I see it.
It's sort of in the dark there. That one is the East Coast scope that will be put up in its little enclosure out here as well. And we also have other plans in the works for other observatories. And I'll keep you posted. And so will Tara, because she's part of our organization along with Marianne. So you guys have a good time. Daryl, of course, is always on with us because he is the other voice of SkyTour Livestream. He is our other co-host.
Yeah.
Yep. And it's fun to listen to him.
Now that was a nice shooter already. Holy, that was nice.
Well, he has such good information, and Daryl, you just come out of anywhere with such detailed specifics. So it's very cool.
Correct.
Mhm.
I'm a regular Cliff Clavin.
You are.
Yeah. The only thing you don't say is Normie. Normie. Yeah. So in any case, one of the things that we did on the ride out of Roswell was to go to the Very Large Array, this radio telescope setup, and it's really incredible. Until you actually visit it, you don't realize just how far out into nothingness it is. But to give you an idea, check this out. That's a photo that I took in the vehicle driving on the way out to the Very Large Array. Okay. At this point, I think Bill Skywatcher was sound asleep in the back. Okay, snoring away. Okay, and even hitting bumps didn't wake him up. We tried, yeah, he's still asleep. But this was a beautiful location, and when you finally start to see that there's something happening, okay, this is what you see. All right, so let me get rid of this guy so you can watch it.
Oh,
so this is on our way out. Okay, look at those dishes. See all those dishes you see right there?
Yeah, cool.
Those are really cool. We'll just stop it right there. Every one of those dishes that you see are part of this Very Large Array. Now, those dishes are massive and they weigh hundreds of tons. Okay, as we'll see. But this allows the radio astronomers, to close in and look at different objects in the sky. Follow different objects in the sky, and you could hear these dishes humming as their drives are working to keep the telescope pointing at certain things.
So I'll pause it there. This is when we went to the VLA, the Very Large Array, and I took a lot of video. I didn't take that many pictures, but I did take a couple. So this is it. The Very Large Array, and it's awesome to be there, especially with Mark and Marianne. And that's in the maintenance hangar, which we really shouldn't have been there because we had trucks watching us. Like, why are we driving to the maintenance bay? We had a truck watching us because we got there late and it was closed, so it was kind of weird. And there's a nice picture with one of the dishes, and there's Mark and I also taking pictures, and you could see them all in the background. Look at that. Look how they're lined up. What's that? 1, 2, 3. There's one back there. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in that photo. There's 9 of them in that photo alone. It's awesome when you're there in person and seeing them. It's awesome. So yeah, it was a cool experience. So now I'm going to get back to the show.
Keep in mind the Earth's rotating as well, so they're following, certain things and changing their directions very, very slowly and subtly over time as the Earth rotates out from under these objects. Okay, and they're really cool. So this, this is one of the legs of a big Y-shaped configuration. In fact, this is the center of the Y, just to the right of those dishes. You can kind of see a confluence of brown straight lines. That's the center of the Y-shaped array. Cool. I also took a photograph of it on the way in to the Roswell from the air. And I have that picture to show you in a little while, too.
I ain't buying it. I ain't buying it, James. I'm not buying it. Predator-like 7 feet tall aliens. I ain't buying it. They actually described them like they look like the Predator from the movies. Like it's wearing some type of an armored suit. So everything's gonna come out the closet now with all this stuff. So I'm not buying it. Yeah, so this is the Mark D'Antonio show from a few weeks ago. Because I am tired. I don't feel like talking all night, to be honest. So I'm just going to keep playing this show file.
Cool.
But really, really cool. And you can see this is on the plains of San Augustine. You'll notice they're big flat plains, and these big flat plains are covered with grasses and so forth. But what's interesting about these big flat plains is they're ringed by mountains, all right? And those mountains are called intermontane, or in between the mountains. That's the plain, that's the intermontane plain. So it's in between the mountains. Well, this plain used to be a giant lake, and when it dried out, it just left these flat areas. And what better place to put a set of radio telescopes? The elevation there is about 7,000 feet. It feels really crisp and clear. The sky looks bluer than normal because at higher altitude, you're above a lot of the air, and you can actually see the bluer is much more rich at that altitude. It's really, really pretty. Daryl knows about that because he was in a town called Leadville, and I'm sure he had blue sky up there that was unbelievable.
10,152 feet.
Wow.
That was downtown. I lived up on the hill above town. And yes, the sky was very blue.
Yeah, and the clouds look very white, And, when we look at that, we say, well, that's because Compton scattering is in full effect. We see the white clouds, and the Rayleigh scattering is in full effect, and we're seeing the blue very brightly without the atmospheric hazes in the way from lower altitudes. And that's true, Now, once you're in that desert, okay, again, these are the dishes in a photograph, right? You reach the sign, and the sign says, hey, welcome to the National Radio Astronomy Observatory, the NRAO. It's the Very Large Array. Now, they only just renamed it to the Carl Jansky Very Large Array, so the sign has not yet been changed. So it's pretty interesting. And one thing about this, this is where the movie Contact was made in part with Jodie Foster. And one of the things that if you were to go through the visitor center and go through that whole tour, which I didn't do, okay, Jodie Foster narrates it. So obviously they retained her to do stuff beyond the movie Contact, which is kind of cool, So now, what is the Very Large Array in general? What's it actually look like? Well, here it is from the air. Okay, I took this picture on the way out.
Oh, cool. You
can see the 3 legs that were put in green with the green arrows. And at the center of where the green arrows meet, that's the center of the Y-shaped array. And if you look closely on like the ray coming toward you, you can see little white dots every so often along that line. and those are the dishes from 34,000 feet. Okay, and they go out 13 miles in every direction.
Wow. How big are those, Mark?
The dishes are 82 feet in diameter, and they weigh over 230 tons.
Oh my gosh.
So yeah, they're massive. They're massive. So now, what's interesting also is that when you look at these dishes, all right, up close. Well, this is the dish up close. This is one of them. And if you look behind it to the left, you can see just below left of center, you can see this another dish. Mm-hmm. And there's more and more and more into the distance that you simply cannot see because they disappear into relative infinity. And you'll notice another thing that's pretty cool about these, as we'll see in a bit, right? But, these dishes, like I said, that's proof I was there. Okay. And these dishes are really large. Like I said, 82 feet in diameter, 230 tons apiece. All right. And
they're on rails, aren't they?
That's correct. We're going to show that in just a sec. And for instance, when there's 27 dishes, okay, which is actually kind of a lie. There's actually 28, and the 28th is here. It's inside this hangar. Now, it's in here, kept up to full working condition, just in case they have to tow it out and bring it to one of these positions to move one in that got hit by lightning or something bad happened to it. Okay, so that's what that is. Now, a closer look at this will show you that red tractor-looking object in the lower right. Mm-hmm. That's the transporter. That guy will literally slide underneath that dish, and they will detach bolts holding it down to 3 concrete pylons. And then this thing will then lift up and lift the dish off the pylons back out of the building and then lower it down into a position for transport. And then with that gigantic wind catcher on this transporter, it'll slowly make its way to a new position on the array. Now, that's really cool. Yeah. So the total of 28. This is the 28th we're looking at here. There's 27 deployed here as we're talking, and there'll be 27 until October. I'm sorry, they'll be in the configuration they're in until October, and we'll talk about configurations in a minute. So now the whole idea is that when you have all of these spread out in an array, okay, like we saw in our last picture here, right, every so often you got these white dots. Well, those act like a logical large telescope. All the data from each one is correlated and added together to make a logical image that could be a radio image that's basically about 23 miles across. And
synthetic aperture, right? Interferometer?
It's an interferometer, correct, yes. And we'll explore the different things they could do and how they do it. But one thing that's really important is that, as I said, they are 200 tons apiece, 230 tons apiece. So here I am holding one.
You're so strong.
I know. Odor isn't everything. But as Daryl pointed out earlier, how do they get them there? Well, that transporter I told you about will take them down railroad tracks.
Oh, cool.
You'll see that there's a dish down there, further down in the center of the picture, just above left of center. Mm-hmm. And that dish is not sitting on these tracks, is it? It's off to the left of the tracks on a 90-degree bend. Well, trains don't go 90 degrees. How do they turn 90 degrees, right? That's the cool thing, and how they do that is rather novel. So when you watch this, by the way, this is a panorama. Okay, it crosses the main road in many places. Oh, wow. Okay, and this road here is Route 60 on the main road heading through that area, and it's not uncommon for you to drive down here and have to wait for a gigantic 230-ton dish to make its way across the road. Pretty interesting, So what happens is, if you notice, this is a better shot to show it. You can see that dish way down there, and it's not along the same line into infinity that these other tracks are on. And by the way, there's 2 sets of tracks. You notice that?
Yes.
And that's because the transporter takes up 2 sets of tracks. It's not just one track; it's 2 sets of tracks, and the dish rides in between the 2 tracks up on the platform. Okay. Well, what they do is when the transporter gets to the place where it has to now make a 90-degree turn to go down a little side track, okay, what it does is it goes down it goes to the spot where it wants to be, and then it has 4 points where it has to lift the train wheels off the track by just enough and it's about 5 inches, and then turn them that set 90 degrees to the right, and then put it back down in the new set of tracks that's going to take it that way. It does that 3 more times for the other tracks. Over here, boom, here, boom, boom, and now you have all 4, and then it moves it down there, down the side, and then once.
For those who are just tuning in, you're listening to Sky Tour with Mark D'Antonio, Daryl Mason, and Tara Diulis. This show aired on KGRA about 2 weeks ago. And I went to the VLA with Mark and Marianne, so it was awesome to be there at the VLA, which, as Kathy said in chat, you can see that set up in the movie Contact. Tonight is early Persieds activity. I already seen one, beautiful, about 20 minutes ago. Now it's really early. The radiant is still well below the horizon. So we've got time. The weather is cooperating. It cleared up. There may be a few passing clouds, but the front has moved through, so we should have excellent conditions tonight. Now, Saturday night is the peak night. So Saturday is peak. Tomorrow should be awesome too. I've had a lot of success in the past, even 2 nights before. So that's why we're streaming this tonight. And it could be awesome. So we'll see. So we're going to continue with the Mark D'Antonio show, Sky Tour. That was a lightning bug. And I have videos, but I want to see the screen. But I got videos of us when we went to the VLA. But it is an awesome. It really is awesome. The location of the VLA. And I think, like this image gives you an idea, and I'm just going to share it quick. I did it a few minutes ago. You can see all of them in the background. Just lined up. And it's just so awesome. It's just awesome to be there. This is about a month ago. So that's what Mark is focused on talking about on this show, is the VLA, the Very Large Array. So we're going to get back to it now. But it is a beautiful night now. Look at that. Stunning. Clear. Now the great thing, when the front goes through, the light went on. I fed the cats already. That's the other light in the other front door. Not this one, the other door. If I put this one on, it would be bad. Really bad. It's so bright. I already fed the cats.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, like an hour ago. I don't know where they are now, but I fed them. So, I mean, she put that light on, but this light is worse.
I want to see the friends.
Look at that. That's bad. So, lights are off. Mom, what are you doing?
Looking after the cats.
The cats are fine. I fed them already. Anyway, as I was being distracted, because now I totally lost my thought. Oh, the great thing about when a front goes through, it pretty much cleans the atmosphere. So the humidity drops, it's refreshing, and it makes for great sky watching. So the conditions are really good tonight, and they will be tomorrow, because tomorrow's supposed to be low humidity as well. So that's going to help quite a bit. And you're not going to see much, if no issue from the moon. We're past that. So this should be really good. It's just patience. It's early. It's only 9:20, 9:21. So sit back, relax. For those that are here, enjoy. And we're going to continue. All right, I better mute.
Once it does, it moves it over to those. It has 3 concrete piers, and it puts it over the concrete piers. It raises it up just enough to go over the tops of the piers and over the bolting segments, and then it drops them down, and then they're bolted in place. And then they're put in place. Now,
That's a lot of work.
If it was me, I'd probably opt for like just putting a motor in each one of these, and then driving it, manually, so you can actually have them all driving at the same time to a new configuration to save you a lot of time. Because yeah, go ahead, Daryl.
That would need 27 transporters, and there goes the cost right there.
Yeah, built-in transporters. They would be built in.
Yes.
Yeah. And the thing is, the reason that they don't do that actually is pretty clever. They do more work like this because the arrays themselves are radio noise free. They don't have any electronic interference whatsoever.
Wow.
They're clean radio wise, so there's no electrical interference. If they had their own motor, then there'd be electrical interference even when the motor is not being used, because power would still be going, and power to cables generates a magnetic field, which in turn can generate an electric field in an adjacent circuit. So that's why they don't do it. They want to keep it clean radio wise, radio noise wise. So
same idea behind putting radio telescopes on the far side of the moon. So there's no noise.
That's correct.
Well, wouldn't there be noise from the electronics that are in it, or do they encase those somehow? Is that built in? Is that different?
Those are shielded. That's correct. And they're actually much lower voltage and wattage overall and current wise requirements, because they're running at a much lower output than a transporter that has to move 230 tons.
Right.
Yeah. And they have to take it offline fully in order to move it so that the noise doesn't ruin any electronics at all. When you go on the site, you got to turn off your cell phones. You cannot use your cell phone on site. Yeah. Which I thought was rather interesting.
I have a question, but I don't want to jump the gun on you. This is about configuration and spacing and how far apart they are.
Yep.
I bet you're going to come to that here sooner or later.
I will, but go ahead.
Well, I forget, the Y is, you said 20 some odd miles across, 27 miles, 23 miles.
Yeah, it's basically there's 9 antennas per segment of the Y.
Okay.
So you have 9 here, 9 there, and 9 here, all coming to the center. So they go off in 3 directions. Yeah, and that's a total of like 23 miles.
Okay.
13 miles per segment.
And that is the synthetic aperture they're achieving. Why change the size? Why bring them closer together? Why not just run them out to their farthest and leave them?
Perfect. And the reason Daryl's saying that, guys, is because Daryl's thinking aperture means detail, man.
Oh, yeah.
And so the farther out you go, the more you can resolve. And he's absolutely right. However, there's something about radio telescopes that where you're going to lose sensitivity when you're far out there. You got a lot of detail, but some of that fainter stuff you're not going to catch. So if you're bringing them closer, now you can punch in and actually capture a lot of detail in the object. And so it's a trade-off between resolution, and sensitivity. And that's exactly and it's funny you should say that, Daryl, because this is perfect time for that. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring up something here to show you guys right now. We're going to share a screen. Okay, this right here that you're seeing, okay, this is on their site. This is the current configuration of the system. And let me go to today. Okay, our current configuration is this.
Oh, cool.
There they are right there. And if we zoom in a little bit, okay, you can see them there. I wish this, I mean, I can go to full screen, but, I can just try it so you can see what it does. Okay. I don't know if you can see that or not. But in any case, so here's each leg. Okay. And each leg goes out into this intermontane plain, a former lake bed. And it's very flat, perfect for railroad tracks and all that. And as you zoom in, okay, one thing you'll notice when you come in here, you can see the railroad tracks, all right? And then you see the blue symbol where the array is. But this photograph was taken when the arrays were actually clustered quite close. Now there's 4 configurations, right? And those configurations, as we mentioned, are, or as I was about to mention, Daryl was alluding to, are A, B, C, and D. Okay. So very simple, right? And there's some specialty ones as well. But if we look at just the A, okay, A is when they're farthest apart, all right? And that's where they are now. When we visited, these arrays were at their farthest point. So the full range of 23 miles was being taken by these antennae, okay? And this right here illustrates that. So when we're driving in, this here is well, you can see, I think you can see my cursor, right?
Yes.
Okay, this is the 60 going through here. And if we zoom in, right, and then pull down, okay, you can see that the 60 crosses the highway and there's a track. So we're parked actually we're parked right here. And we walked up and I took pictures down each direction. And that's where I got that panorama that I showed you earlier.
Cool.
Okay. So that's where I was there. And now, okay, you can see how much more there is to this array. We only had that tiny little bit, and there was one here and one there that we saw. And then not many more after that we could see until we started traveling and getting into the whole thing. But that's the A, all right? A is the farthest apart, the highest resolution. And this makes sense. It's a larger effective diameter of the telescope. It gives you more resolution. So very, very important. However, there's also B. And now you'll notice the scale of the image changed, and these things got a lot closer. B is this middle ground version. Okay, it's sort of the main workhorse, actually. They use this almost all the time. And what it does is B is the balance between resolution and sensitivity for the very large array. So
interesting.
Yeah, so that gives them that capability. Now, C, on the other hand.
Can I have a quick question for you? Would they rather do a balance like that versus doing 100% of one and 100% of the other to gather data? What's the benefits?
The benefit is that sometimes they would actually want to see both a sensitive view of the overall area plus some detail, because they can then always combine it with a D array. I'm sorry, an A array shot, which is going to be the highest resolution. Okay. So they do all 4, and then they have all these, they hone in on specific things with each of them. And so, but B is the workhorse. B is the one that they use most often. It's the blend. It's like our camera for the telescope. Our camera has a certain size pixel size for the sensor. And you don't want to be too small and you don't want to be too large, but something in between, right, to capture the most data. So that's what we've done. We have a camera
zone.
It's that Goldilocks zone of cameras, the Goldilocks zone of radio telescopes right here. Yeah, exactly. Very good point. Very good way to put it. So now, then there is this other, okay, besides C, we now have D. D is where they're closest in. And if we zoom in, you'll notice that they use D to actually make this photograph. See it? So you see where the blue is. There's actually a dish at each location. Okay.
And the black is shadows, I assume.
You got it. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. So that's the D location. And some of these were in transit when they were doing this. So there's a missing shadow for a couple of the ones. But this is showing you the configurations. And every few months they change the configuration. Now, the interesting thing about this is that these configurations, okay, that they have can take anywhere from 8 hours to 2 weeks to change. You can imagine
Wow.
the transport's not racing those big 200-ton things down the tracks. And when you look at the tracks on edge down low, one of the things you'll notice is they're actually pretty bumpy. They actually go up and down, and they go like this. They kind of go down the terrain and up the terrain. So that gigantic, wind catcher that's riding on this transporter is going to have to. I'd be scared. They don't even bolt them down. They don't bolt them down to the transporter. You know that?
It won't just like topple over.
In a strong wind, it might. So you can imagine what they do is they actually wait until the winds have subsided and to start moving them.
I have
And they
another question.
Yeah.
The idea of the synthetic aperture is carried to its extreme here on Earth with, I guess they call it the Event Horizon Telescope.
Correct.
Remember correctly? That's the one that the aperture of all these radio telescopes all over the world basically is about the size of the Earth, about 8,000 miles across.
Correct. Yeah.
And that's sort of pushing it to the extreme. Is that a factor in why it takes them so much longer to come up with a coherent image with the Event Horizon Telescope? I know, they have observing runs for months, I guess, and they spend a heck of a lot of time correlating the various instruments so it will work as an interferometer, where they have to be at the exact same time seeing the exact same thing to make a real image.
Yeah, you're answering your own question, and because it takes so long to do it, they do have to take a long time to assemble the images, and it could take months to assemble the data. And that's what it took for the black hole in Messier 87 that Daryl's talking about, but the Event Horizon took, and for looking at our own Milky Way's supermassive black hole. And that one, okay, the problem with that is that because it's so much closer to us, the motions of the high-speed particles near that event horizon were detectable by the telescope, and in the amount of time that they're observing over time to long exposures. So that's why the images look fuzzy and blobby, because they're blurred effectively. If it was a
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that was sort of my next point. I have seen other images, and the famous ones they've released that do look so blurred. They look like snapshots from instant to instant, and it's interesting to see how different M87 or Sagittarius A star looks instant to instant. They're much crisper images.
Instant to instant.
Yes.
But when they integrate them, they're blurry, right? Because there is perceived motion. It's just black holes are crazy things, and motions are extremely high around those black holes.
In the accretion disks, I guess.
In the accretion disks, and especially near the black hole itself. Yeah. So, in any case, these telescopes are used in this way. Like Daryl was saying, the Event Horizon Telescope is 8,000 miles across, handles the entire size of the Earth. That's the effective size of this telescope. And now, I'm telling you all this, but what about a real-world example? Do we have a real-world example? What does the A configuration show us versus the D? I'm glad you asked, because right here we have that.
Ooh.
This is what's called Hercules A. That little dot in the middle of all that weird stuff going on at the top.
Yes.
That little dot
tiny.
is called, it's called a supermassive elliptical galaxy. And it's spewing radio waves at high speed out from it like this. The A configuration is the one, remember, where the scopes of the radio telescopes are farthest apart,
Right.
highest resolution. And there we see it right there. That's the highest resolution. Okay. The B resolution is the workhorse. It's the trade-off down there. You see it. That's the trade-off where they're a little bit closer. So it's a little less resolution, but more sensitivity. So you can see more stuff around there.
Yeah.
Okay. C even less, but notice that the lobes around the galaxies, around the galaxy, are much bigger. Okay. That data was not visible in the A configuration. Then the D configuration, which is really meant for, again, these vast galaxies, you can see that the detail is not really there, but you can see the sensitivity is even higher still. And that's an example of how these different configurations work practically.
Okay, so that's the answer to my question right there.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Great visual.
Yeah. It's the thing that I think is the best answer. Just see it in practice, right? Don't tell me, show me. And there you go. That's it right there. And that's what the very large array can do. And again, remember, we're seeing dishes, not lenses, not mirrors. So the dishes are receiving radio signals. What are radio signals? Well, those are way out past the red end of the spectrum. Okay.
Right.
In the radio region of the spectrum. Because radio is light too. It's just not light you can see.
I don't know how to post quotes in StreamYard. Charles Smart has a good question. Is it possible to create an array as large as the Earth's orbit?
Actually, I was going to cover that.
There you go.
I was going to mention that. And because you were talking about the event horizon, and then I wanted to talk about the next thing, because you said that's pushing the limits. And I was going to say, no, that's not the limit. Because imagine if we take the Event Horizon Telescope and we take data for 6 months, and then now effectively we have a 186 million mile diameter telescope.
Right.
Can you imagine the resolution then? I'm going to guess that that's probably already underway. Okay.
Cool.
I'm going to guess.
They have plans for that.
Yep. I'm pretty sure that they're doing that. I'm pretty sure that that's going to be underway. Yeah. So I think that, it really comes down to the fact that, we definitely have a long way to go in what we understand, right, about the universe. But we also have technology that we can use in order to capture it, And do you have any questions about this, Tara? Let me pull this down here out of the way.
Well, I think it's kind of the same thing that Charles was talking about. And can we put any of this stuff on the moon, and would it make it larger then? I mean, how large of a radio telescope could we theoretically get?
Okay, actually, that's not a bad thought. Let's pursue that and see why that may not work. Okay, the moon is 240,000 miles away. It's orbiting, right? So that's pretty cool. So we could say, hey, let's just put one on the far side of the moon, away from the sun. Well, unfortunately, that only works for a certain period of time, because then because the moon is tightly locked, it's going to spin around and eventually be facing the backside of it's going to be facing the sun, and the sun's going to be lighting it up, and its radio energy is going to be popping it, really strongly. Then it'll come around again, and then when it's here, this side will be in the dark. This side will be the light side, which we see from the Earth. Okay, so we can't put something on a platform that isn't going to be stable for long periods of time. Now, yes, the Earth spins, all right, but go ahead, Daryl.
Well, I mean the VLA itself; those things work in the daytime, don't they?
Yeah, but the point being that if you're going to be looking, you're talking about a sensitive system. I'm thinking like you put an astronomy telescope on the moon. Okay, you want to look mostly at night. Now, if you're talking about a radio telescope, the VLA works day or night. That's correct, because radio waves, they don't care about the
Doesn't
sunlight.
matter.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you can't get too close to the sun. You got to be careful. You could look. I mean, right now, actually, when I was down there, the VLA antennas looked like they were facing the sun at one point during their day. Because the sun, as the Earth rotates, the sun was going through. You see the shadows get really, really short inside the dish. Okay, and that means the sun is almost over that horn, which is sticking up over the dish. Okay, which is like over the dish, and you have to sing on the dish. You get the horn at the top. Okay, and you saw that the shadow was really short inside this dish, and so that kind of looked like to me that the sun was very close. And they don't care, but they're going to get radio noise from the sun, and so they want to avoid that anyway. So they will, unless they're looking at the sun, which makes no sense for the VLA.
All right. Well, I know the idea of radio telescopes on the far side of the moon. That's an old idea. Arthur C. Clarke wrote about that probably 60 years ago.
Yeah.
So you meant specifically optical telescopes.
I did.
Okay.
Yeah. I know we were talking about radio telescopes, and
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Can you put radio telescopes in satellites? And could you have them in orbit?
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, I mean, keep in mind these dishes are 82 feet in diameter. Okay,
Huge.
And right now, our limitation, the James Webb is the largest telescope ever launched into space, and it's got a 21-foot diameter mirror, but they're segmented.
Smaller.
They're hexagonal segments that folded in, and so it's sort of unfolded. Everything had to go right for that to work, and it did, which is pretty cool. So if you consider that 21 feet is about right now our practical limit, could we make one that could go 42 feet or more, maybe 82 feet, maybe? It's possible. It's possible, it's possible, but we haven't designed it yet, and it has to go up in a rocket and unfold from a rocket body. Is there enough segments that you could make a gossamer dish? Okay, a dish made of some type of fabric, actually, with
cool.
trusses that would hold it in its position. And in space, it's possible that you could calibrate something like that to be really, really close to perfect. But solar wind will affect it. It would have to be parked probably at a Lagrange point like the James Webb, so it doesn't get shifted around too much.
Interesting.
And it would have to be, it could look at the sun, it could be in view of the sun, but the solar wind's going to have to be compensated somehow. Just like on the James Webb, there's actually a little rudder on the James Webb that actually is set in a certain position to counteract the solar wind on that massive sunshade.
Yeah.
It's kind of
I'm
cool.
sure a big enough dish would make a really good solar sail.
Yeah, that's true. But again, you got to keep in mind that keep in mind this. When you look at the size of the array here, the very large array, we have an effective size of over 20 miles with this set of dishes. Well, if we wanted to make a big one, we would say make a big dish, put it in space, and then take successive images with it and maybe combine those into something. The problem with that is that the dish is orbiting. It's going to be orbiting something. It's going to be orbiting the sun. It's going to be orbiting the earth. It's going to be whatever. And that's fine. But depending on what we're looking at, we have to be careful that we're not going to see motion that's created. Now, for long distance things like these jets from this supermassive elliptical, we might not see a difference. But for black holes, we would. We know we do. So we have to be careful what we use it for. So there has to be a good scientific return on the investment for this. But I think I would love to see a telescope the size of the entire Earth's orbit. That's, can you imagine that? 186 million mile diameter telescope.
That'd be amazing.
We'd be able to resolve stars in a distant galaxy without any problems, very distant galaxy.
If we had that technology, wouldn't we be able to do a lot more things too? I mean, we would have solved a lot of other energy problems too.
Well, that's true. That's true.
I assume you touched on the size of the dishes
Yeah.
earlier, 86 feet, whatever,
82. Yeah.
82
Wow.
feet. I would assume that's analogous to how big an optical telescope would be. It's not so much like you take a dish of a certain size that it will let you see such and such a wavelength as the bigger the mirror, the bigger the lens lets you gather more of it.
Yes.
And then you're getting into Dawes limit and resolution and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, in short, what Daryl's saying is that the bigger telescope, you have the bigger resolution. And if we could make a telescope that was the size of, say, the Earth orbit around the sun, our resolution would be stupendously, colossally great. But, with the smaller dishes, like here with the VLA, there's a practical limit to what they can see. They're only 82 feet across. All right. And there's 27 of them in an array, an interferometric array where they take the data from each one, add it together to make a logical telescope of that diameter. So it's pretty neat. But I really think that we would be able to move forward and make a radio telescope that was even better in orbit too. I think a VLA on the moon wouldn't work because the moon is tidally locked, but that means you wouldn't be able to have, I mean, it doesn't matter the atmosphere, so much.
Okay.
The radio waves come through unimpeded. So it wouldn't benefit you too much to having a telescope on the moon, a radio telescope on the moon. I built a radio telescope here to listen to Jupiter's moon Io, and it was just sticks, like 14-foot long with wires crossing between and then crossbars. And then every time Jupiter came up, we wouldn't know because it was daytime, but our chart would go zzz, and you'd start to see all of the noise coming from Jupiter's moon Io.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So there's a lot of interesting data out there that you can capture as long as you're willing to.
I saw an article recently that I guess they're thinking of dismantling the famous Horn telescope that I think it was Penzias and Wilson.
Yes, the cosmic microwave background telescope.
Yeah, they're thinking of tearing it down.
Ah.
I mean, it's basically a monument now, but you would think something like that should be kept as a monument.
I mean, it's famous. It's famous. I also like how they found that it was pigeon poop that gave them a spurious signal inside the horn.
That's right. I remember that now.
That's funny, right?
Oh, well, tear it down, build some condos, I guess. Some more condos.
Oh, no. Folks, we're going to talk for a few more seconds. And then when we come back, we're going to have Daryl do a deep dive with us. We're going to talk about the summer skies. And if you have any questions, you can feel free to ask any now if you wish. We have a few minutes before the break.
Well, I kind of have one that's kind of off the topic, but kind of related. You were talking about the geosynchronous orbit of the moon. And honestly, I've been talking to some folks in the last several months, and I'm kind of surprised how there are a lot of people who believe that the moon does not rotate. And they are steadfastly believers that it does not rotate at all.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if you can maybe kind of tell us again how that works and what does that mean to have a geosynchronous
It
orbit?
rotates at the same rate as it revolves around the Earth, once per orbit.
That's what tidal locking is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It may not appear to move from Earth's point of view. Actually, it does a little. It rocks back and forth some.
Libration.
So we can actually see about. We can only see half the moon at a time, but we get to see around the edges a little bit as the moon rocks back and forth and up and down, and we actually see about 9/16 or so of the moon's surface total. But it depends on your point of view, Tara. If you were on the sun instead of the Earth, you would see the moon rotate once a month. As Mark alluded to earlier, that 2 weeks, after 2 weeks, you'll see the other side of the moon as seen from the sun.
No way for that to happen.
Makes sense.
is for the only way it can happen is if it's rotating. And if you just isolated the moon in its orbit and looked down on top of it and ignored the Earth, once a month it would do this. It would go around.
Right.
It would go around once a month. So the moon does revolve on its axis, but
it rotates on its axis. It revolves around the Earth.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for the correction.
Ha-ha.
Okay. So
That's why you're so awesome, Daryl. You can keep us straight. It's semantics, right? I mean,
it's all semantics. Daryl loves semantics. So
and what
if you look at the way the Earth,
two different physical processes.
If you look, okay, thank you, Daryl. If you look at the way the Earth rotates, okay, and you look at the way the moon goes around the Earth, okay, if the same face is facing us, that can't happen if the moon itself isn't going around on its axis as well. Okay, so the fact that it does is shown very clearly if you isolate the moon and just watch the moon alone. So that's pretty cool. So does that help you with that?
Oh yeah, I appreciate you just sharing it again, because some people just don't understand that, and it's hard to explain it to them. And I think you guys did well. So
I know, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Hey, can I show something real quick before we go to break?
Yeah, we got a couple of seconds.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me find it real quick.
We have about a minute.
It is still your turn.
This is the first anniversary image from the Webb telescope, the JWST. Wow. This is one of Mark's favorite areas. This is Ophiuchi, as seen by the Webb. I think that's just a spectacular picture.
It really is. Yeah. And those lines you see coming off the stars, those are caused by the hexagonal mirror segments. The fact that they've got flats, it's a hexagon, so you get those little points, those diffraction spikes.
Beautiful.
That's the most amazing thing I've seen in a while. Thank you for indulging me.
It almost looked like something was flying there. It was just beautiful nebula.
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
It did. It looks like a sort of angelic.
It did. Okay. Gorgeous.
Daryl, one of our people in the chat is saying your lips don't move.
Oh, well.
That's because it's time for break, I think.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
It's break time.
Well, we will return to you in just a short bit. So stay tuned and stick around. We got a lot more to show you. See ya.
Hey members, the new KGRA DB app is now available on iOS and Android devices. Gain on-demand access to any KGRA DB programming. Download any show directly to your mobile device to listen or watch on the go. Go to the App Store and search KGRA DB.
Mars and Venus are making an interesting pair right now. You can't see it, but right there where the N is the bright star Regulus in the constellation Leo. And Venus and Mars are to either side of Regulus. Actually, the sky is still pretty bright at this point. Venus can easily be seen. Mars is very difficult by comparison. It's actually, at this time of night, 8:11, you see, the sky's not even dark yet. You can only see Venus. Now, Venus was at its brightest for this apparition on the nights of the 12th and the 13th, 3 or 4 days ago. It's magnitude minus 4.7, if I remember correctly. As soon as the sun sets, the instant the sun sets, you can see Venus, if not before it sets, if you know where to look. It is brilliant in the sky. It can't be missed. And then by the time it gets dark enough to see Mars, they'll be close to setting. But this is what they're doing. Now, Venus was farthest east of the sun, greatest eastern elongation, on June the 4th. That's when it was at its greatest distance from the sun at sunset. And it has since
So I'm gonna skip that because that was during a show 3 weeks ago, and he's sharing Stellarium, and he's showing, or whatever software he was using, and showing points in the sky, locations, Mars, Venus, etc. And that doesn't correlate to what we're doing right now. I'm sure it only lasts for a few minutes, so I can skip.
Photo of that we took just the other night, which I can just pop up real quick and show.
Sure,
All
go
right,
for it.
so I'll do it. So there it is.
Ooh.
That's
my
looking.
God.
And a lot of this is visual because it's video, so it's hard to interpret it when you're listening to it on an audio MP3. So it's kind of difficult without seeing the images as they're talking about them. So I'm going to skip now over, and I'm going to play a Dead Air episode from a few weeks ago. And it's with the Paranormal Rangers, the Navajo Rangers. And I'm going to play that now.
You have entered the realm of dead air. For the next 2 hours, you will be transported into the world of the strange and the supernatural. You might not feel the need to cleanse your laptops or mobile devices afterwards. But it might not be a bad idea.
What's up, Ben? What's up, Rock?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to
Hey,
Dead
all.
Air Live on the Dead Air Full Spectrum channel. It is Sunday night. That means the next 2 hours, we hold you hostage in the chat room, discussing the best in paranormal or favorite guests that come and join us. And we are so helpful, so thankful for you guys joining us tonight. Don't forget, we are simulcast on kgradb.com, KGRA on Facebook. Of course, my name is George Lopez. With me, Mr. Ken DaCosta. And we are excited about tonight's guest, aren't we, Ken?
Yeah. You know, every once in a while that we bring somebody on, and we're excited for anybody who'll give us the time of day at this point, you know. But tonight is something a little bit special because we have a couple of gentlemen that I've long been familiar with, and through just a simple twist of fate, we're able to bring them on tonight and have a conversation with them. So I'm pretty fired up for this.
Yes, and the key word is twist or twisted. Bill Forte, our producer, was able to help make the connection happen. You know, we've had the privilege in the past. We've had everyone from Jason Hawes to Nick Groff to Grant Wilson to Steve DeShabi from Dead Files. We've had all these television reality stars, but you can't really kind of put them into a lump sum of just field investigators. This show tonight really qualifies as field investigations, right, Ken?
Yeah, I think the most compelling thing in the paranormal, or one of them, is when law enforcement becomes involved, because these are trained professionals, trained to be objective and to be unbiased and to go about their business to hopefully resolve an issue. And they are the best witnesses, the best reporters in terms of paranormal phenomena being
investigators.
Reported. No question about it. And so this is going to be special to have a chance to pick their brains a little bit tonight and hear their stories, which are just remarkable.
That's right. And those of you in the chat, perhaps later on in the show also, we'll any questions you put in the chat, we will highlight and present it to our guests a little bit later on this evening as well. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this also. Listen, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Also, the thumbs up for our content and the reminder bell, letting you know of all the exciting shows that are occurring right here on Dead Air. But without any further ado, Ken, I think it's time to bring our wonderful guests on this evening.
I do as well. Thank you, George. The Navajo Rangers were formed in 1957 and they are an organization of the Navajo Nation in the southwestern United States, which maintains and protects the tribal nation's public works, natural resources, natural and historical sites, as well as assisting travelers. John Dover and Stan Milford, our guests tonight, were two such officers. And in the year 2000 were issued, among their more traditional cases, some that were deemed highly unusual and took a different mind and skill set to investigate. Together, they are known as the Paranormal Rangers, and we're honored to speak with them tonight on Dead Air. So without further delay, let's bring in Jonathan Dover and Stan Milford.
I am so thrilled. Good evening, gentlemen, and thank you for joining us.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you.
How are you guys tonight? How's life treating you?
I'm doing well. This is Stan. It is pretty warm here. It's hovering around 100 degrees here.
That's just not right. It's just not right.
My goodness.
And I'm over on the Arizona side, and it's about 105 here in Loop, Arizona. And so I'm getting ready to flip myself over and base the other side.
Yeah, is it something that you guys have grown accustomed to? I mean, all the talk right now is about global warming, and I'm not going to get into politics or anything of that sort, but I just wanted your general experience since being in the locations you're at, where I know every year seems to be hot. Is it getting hotter, or can you remember hotter days in your youth?
Well, for me, I was going to say that the Rangers, when I joined in 1980, I was driving a 1977 pickup. Had no power steering, no air conditioning.
Oh.
And we request, can we get air conditioning? We were told that Rangers were supposed to be tough. And so we didn't need air conditioning. So we developed the what we used to call 260 air conditioning, which is you open the two wing windows and go 60 miles an hour.
You're right, exactly. Roll the window down. Sounds like my dad.
Yeah, same thing for you, Stan. It's always been hot. It's like nothing's really changed
in the
that much.
summertimes here, yeah, it's always been fairly hot. The interesting thing for this environment is that during the day it can be up 100 degrees, and then at night it can drop down pretty cool. And so that's just part of this region and part of the environment. Today, John and I retired back on May 5th of this year. Back in the days of working with the Rangers, wearing of body armor adds a couple of pounds to your body, and in this kind of environment, at the end of the day, you were soaking wet just from sweat. So, I feel for the law enforcement officers, and especially, that actually work down in the Phoenix metro area. I mean, where your temperatures hover around 115, and sometimes north of that too. So, yeah.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable. What we normally do here, gentlemen, is so that Ken and I don't step over each other during the interview. We take our turns, and of course, Ken, I want always to take the lead on this. He's absolutely fascinated with everything that you guys have experienced, have gone through. But I just have one question before I go off screen: is how do two Rangers, Navajo Rangers, wind up on Unsolved Mysteries? How did that whole thing come about?
I'll let John lead into that.
Okay. Starting in 2000, we started doing official investigations. Sometime around 2011, we were getting involved in some pretty good UFO investigation, occupant sightings on the ground. And I told Stan, I says, hey, let's put your foil cap on and let's go down to Fort McDowell and see all the crazy people down there. So we went to the International UFO Congress, and our purpose was to locate books in order to better the phenomenon and know which questions to ask. And when we got down there, we started talking to different speakers that were sitting at their booths, and every one of them kept saying, you guys need to be speakers. And pretty soon, Arizona MUFON invited us to come speak for them. We spoke to a pretty packed room, and directly after that, we were invited to speak at the 2013 International Congress. And we spoke over there, and we just decided that we were getting too people thought about us anymore. And we wanted to get the information out that a lot of this stuff was going on.
Yeah. And Stan, what is it like now? Because you just retired. Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you.
It gets okay. I can speak as a retired guy, you know, just keep busy, find something to do. I'm sure you'll have no problem doing that.
True.
But what has that been like, going from two guys doing a job to all of a sudden, you know, people like me want to talk to you and spend time with you, and then suddenly you're, you know, I don't like to use the word, you know, famous, involved with anyone, but I mean, come on, I mean, you're well known now.
Yeah. For me now, I'm still in training. John is providing training in how to manage retirement. And John has 3 retirements under his belt. And so for me, actually, I've been busier since retiring than I was even working full time. And I was crazy busy, you know, when I worked for the Navajo Nation. But it's different, and I'm enjoying it. And there is a big learning curve, a lot to adjust to, but it's good. We stay very busy.
John, you're on your 3rd retirement now. So did you get it right the 3rd time, or?
Yeah, it took me quite a number of times trying. What happened to me is I retired back in 2011, and I was going to take some time off. I was going to teach myself to play 5-string banjo, even bought a banjo, and it's still in the case yet. Within 5 days of retiring, I was hired on by a medical manufacturing company, and ended up doing maintenance and calibration and tooling repair and metrology for them, and pretty much retired from there. And then I grabbed my Social Security. I can afford those little cans of cat food that are real soft to chew on.
We're all going to come to that at some point, folks. Gentlemen, all right, so let's start with this. Take us back to the day in 2000 where your station chief called a meeting, and how it all came about. That, well, I'm going to let you tell the story, but this, in sum total, these type of reports were taken in a more serious vein. So, Stan, if you want to start off, or Jonathan,
Sure.
like, take us through that day.
Well, one thing you must understand is that actually paranormal related cases and UFO sightings, they've always been there. And especially for your law enforcement out here on the Navajo reservation, because these officers patrol an area that's 27,000 square miles. That's like the state of West Virginia in size. So these guys are out there on the road 24/7 patrolling, including, you know, the Navajo police and public safety. They are seeing things and are witnessing things. And even before this unit was formed, where John and I took these cases and were assigned, we were already having paranormal cases. It's just at that point that there was an incident where there was two rookie rangers that were assigned by the dispatcher to respond to an elderly woman that had an encounter with what's known as Bigfoot.
Mm-hmm.
So these two younger officers go out there and they respond to this elderly woman's home up in the mountain, high elevation mountain area. And one of these individuals was one of these people that's always joking and always clowning around, and it's just part of his personality. And I think the elderly grandmother overheard them, laughing or just going carrying on back to their patrol unit or whatever. And I think she became offended with that, and he got back pretty quick to the chief that about that situation. So the chief called a department-wide meeting, and he said, from now on, when you guys get these so-called paranormal type cases, you're going to be professional in responding to it, and you're going to provide, the standard investigation that you would in any other case. And he looked to John and I, and he said, and you two are going to manage these cases. You two are going to be responsible for seeing to it that these cases are properly investigated. So that's what I recall, at the time that this was formed. John and I were already a part of what was called special projects. We were doing dignitary protection and SWAT team work and firearm instruction, and so that's what I recall. And I'll let John add to that.
Yeah, I'd like to say that we were volunteered. We were, as I call it, we were voluntold. We didn't have a choice in it. We kind of each other like, oh man, we're because that was the TV standard at the time, and we just went from there. I mean, we had plenty of cases already come through our shop, but now we were required to write reports, and our computer system had no way to identify them. You have a Bigfoot case, it was put under something called wild animal complaints. You just found a place in the system to stick it, but they were locked down. And those cases don't exist anymore because when they system, and this was a very expensive system, and later on when they tried to migrate the information, they couldn't get it migrated. And we had something like 20,000 contact information that was lost with different cases and had to basically start over.
Yeah. Now, when he looked at you two guys and said, you are the guys, initial reaction to that, did you feel like, okay, well, our chief's putting faith in us to be professional, carry out our duties here? Was there anything, because you mentioned that these reports were already happening. So there had to be an awareness that, okay, these things get reported from time to time. What was like the initial reaction of, did you look at each other and say, oh boy, or was it just like, hey, we got a job to do?
The chief had already become to be reliant on John and I as senior rangers to be able to handle any of the high profile cases or special investigations. The fact that we were doing dignitary protection and things like that of a sensitive nature, he knew that he could rely on John and I to handle whatever he could throw at us. And we did. And So for us, it really wasn't that big of a deal. We whatever was given to us, we said yes, sir, and we would get started on it. So anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess we could say, that the best of the best, sir, with honors. So.
Yeah. Now, do you guys find it frustrating that there is, I'm going to do, Stan, because you're getting the reverb. I'll mute you and I'll put you back on when you speak. Okay.
Oh, sure.
Okay, that's fine. That works. Do you guys find it frustrating that there is really no mechanism in place to address these kind of things, not just in law enforcement, but in the military? And I'm going to refer to the UFO problem, where pilots for the longest time don't say a word. If you like your career, if you like tenure, if you like your retirement, don't say a word. Now, some of that's starting to change a little bit, ostensibly. I'll believe it when I see it. Apparently, they're being encouraged to say more, but I know I've taken on cases myself where people have called the police because they think there's an intruder in their house. They're not thinking it's a ghost. I mean, they're hearing noises, footsteps, whatever. And of course, the first thing that comes to mind is somebody's breaking into my house. I got to get a hold of the police. But when these cases come, there's a lot of eye rolling. There's a lot of don't speak, don't tell, peer pressure, whatever the case may be. Is that frustrating on some level to you guys that after dealing with this now, there really aren't any mechanisms to take any of this seriously just because of people's attitudes about it?
Lead in.
Well, for me, it's, if you think about it, this subject has been subject to ridicule, and the government actually actively ridiculed people that were reporting UFOs. And, so now the joke is, well, obviously it's swamp gas. It's the planet Venus. It's something else. And ball lightning. And so, its own meme. And, we got to the point where we just said, yeah, forget it. We don't care anymore what people think about us. But I've talked to officers that were just deathly afraid to report anything. But yet they would have, say, Kent District after midnight and go north of Kienta, and they'd go to watch the submarine races, is what they called it. And what they saw were these lights rising up from the horizon, dancing around up there and making all kinds of aerial maneuvers, and then going back down like they were submerging in some ocean. They'd watch them for a while, and it was just one of those things that happened all the time. So it's not really frustrating. It's just the way it is. For most police agencies, a guy getting punched in the nose will take precedence over any other like that. And there's no mechanism built into the systems to even put a report in. So they're just pretty much ignored.
Yeah.
For me, when I look back at that, if you look at the world powers and the world government, they've known that these phenomena and UFOs and related subjects have existed for a long, long, long time. And they're well aware of that. They have been well aware of that. The thing with each of these world powers is that they wanted to militarize these abilities, for their own use and to have power over other nations and stuff. We know that. And so the key, really the turning point, is the fact that what we're doing right now, we're all gathered right here in one platform, communicating in real time over thousands of miles. And with that technology today, you look in the United States and almost everybody from the age of 10 or 11 years old has a cell phone that is capable of video, capable of pictures, and communicating in real time, ultimately around the globe. And so governments have lost that power to keep control over the masses from sharing this information. And that's really the turning point in this. And so people convey the message and these ideas, you know, and the government can't control that. Platforms like TikTok and others, people can communicate in real time, and it's gotten to the point where governments can't suppress that. People have the freedom to share this information. So that has also, from the military, been the control through law enforcement too. Law enforcement policy that these things don't exist, even though the field level officers know damn good and well this exists. They've seen the phenomenon when they're out there patrolling and working. So,
well, one of the things that the good and the bad of this is that, you know, with the information exchanged also comes misinformation and disinformation. And the government certainly has used that to their advantage as well, you know, with things that are misleading the public in terms of, you know, we'll limit it to the UFO phenomena, but it goes beyond that because, of course, the first thing we're going to think about in the military industrialist complex is how can we weaponize this? How can we gain advantages? So I'm absolutely with you on that. Just jumping around here a little bit because we can go wherever we want to. It's our show. We do what we want. In terms of you guys as children or your younger selves, had you had any personal experiences before you came to this job in terms of unusual phenomena, things like that had happened to you?
I'm up. So, yeah, I've had a ton of experiences seeing orbs all the way back to high school age. I can remember driving out, and if you look at the extras on the special, the Unsolved Mysteries, there'll be a little video showing that wasn't included in the show. They told us that there was enough information on there was enough footage that they could have done 2 back-to-back shows. So I saw one flying through the trees at about 2 or 3 in the morning. You know, we were on our way out. We'd spend all our summers up in just north of, or up a mountain from Chief Springs, New Mexico. And we were coming out and getting ready to go to LA. My grandfather shut the truck off. He jumped out and had his 30-30 in his hands, and he says, "I'm going to shoot that thing." I was screaming at him to get back in the truck and leave it alone. It flew past us and went up the hillside, and I'd herded sheep all over that area, so I knew it quite well. And I know that there's no roads where that thing was flying. Seen UFOs, seen cigar shapes, square triangles, orbs, saucers, all through my life, and even before and after I became a ranger. And I was seeing so many of them that I finally put a dash cam in my windshield, and I says, well, if I'm going to keep spotting the video, and it all stopped. And I just said, you know, that's good enough for me. So I put an even better camera in there. and I haven't had any sightings since.
Okay. And Stan, yourself on this, how was it growing up for you?
Well, my mother's family is from Tahlequah, Oklahoma, which is the capital of the Cherokee Nation in Oklahoma. And growing up there, between there and the Navajo Nation, both sides had tales and stories, traditional stories that involve different types of phenomena and of the supernatural. And I know in one of the homes that my mother had, that in and around after I graduated high school, I had and my younger sister had experiences with, with the phenomenon of hauntings, very clear experiences. And then later on, around my college years, they in that episode with the Unsolved Mysteries, they convey one experience I had. Where I had what people refer to as a skinwalker or shapeshifter riding by my vehicle, and in and while I was working, working with the Rangers Department, I did experience seeing what people were referring to as a Bigfoot and other paranormal phenomena. So, me and John over the years have had a number of different experiences that were related to this. But again, one of the things you have to take into consideration is that you look at the Navajo culture, Navajo people, and traditionally there are elements within that culture that are an everyday part of life and the supernatural. I mean, you have medicine men that perform healing ceremonies on individuals who aren't getting any help or healing through traditional Western medicines, and they turn to a Navajo medicine man that actually heals them. So there are those elements that come into play.
Yeah. Now, okay, so that brings me to traditional science in its arrogance at times feels that if it's not cataloged, that it doesn't exist. If we don't know about it, it doesn't exist. Yet the ancients were already aware of things like earth energy, ley lines, and so forth that are looked upon today as new agey or metaphysical and kind of like a pseudoscience, a different realm. Is science afraid to knock on those doors, in your opinion? Or do you think soon enough they're not going to have a choice, that we have to explore beyond what is considered known science?
Well, if you look at the history, we've only had flight for 125 years, maybe. And when the Wright brothers first started, flying, there were scientists that were literally saying this is impossible to be done. Man is going to destroy himself because he's doing this witchcraft, basically. It wasn't but a few years ago. I can remember in 1984, I was having back problems, and I mentioned to the doctors, could I go see a chiropractor? And they treated it like I asked for a witch doctor. And when I went to see a chiropractor, I had been having back problems for over a month from a compressed disc. And they couldn't do any lidocaine shots in the back, and basically told me, you know, lay still, it's going to hurt, but if we go too deep, it's going to puncture your lung. And the chiropractor worked on me one afternoon, and the next morning I was able to jump out of bed instead of taking codeine in the morning and then crawling out backwards to my knees. So, you know, just things like acupuncture, acupressure, you know, the whole idea of Asian medicine, Chinese medicine,
the more holistic
that isn't
approach.
accepted.
Yeah.
Right. So we come through this whole thing, and today what we're starting to understand is that the ancients had a better grasp of, for lack of a better term, we're going to call it natural science, the things that the earth already has, that it's providing as far as energy and even dimensional gates that can be accessed. It borders, it actually meshes two different things that we're looking at. One is this idea of religion, and the other one is science. And it just encompasses both. But modern science doesn't look at it that way. They say, well, if it has to be repeatable, it has to be mainly that we can control. And they don't like the idea. And yet we have many Indian nations in the United States that talk about constellations that could not be seen with the eye. And they knew them. They referred to them by their native names. And that. How did they know where they didn't have telescopes, but they knew these things.
Yeah. Stan, I'm going to let you weigh in on that with, you know, some of your thoughts before I go on to anything else.
Well, I think, you know, if you're listening to what John had to say, is that previous cultures are viewed by modern science that we have today as being very primitive, and these cultures were very primitive and just kind of you know, bordering on witchcraft and things of that nature. And in reality, there is the possibility that they were even much more advanced than we are today. I mean, you look at modern man and we're still rolling around on wheels, you know, to this very day. And so I look at mankind and humanity, and we're still engaged in war, and you look at the rates of homicide, and you know, you look at the issues today with human trafficking. Man isn't that far advanced today. I mean, he's still very primitive in many respects. And so I know for myself, during the times that John and I worked these investigations, I experienced phenomenon that modern science would say, oh, that's not possible. It doesn't happen or whatever. And one of those big, one of the cases that really impacted me big was a haunting case where you had coins repeatedly materializing out of thin air and falling in the floor, or they would come flying across the room. They refer to this as an apport, A-P-P-O-R-T, in many haunting related subject matter. But I witnessed it repeatedly, and I know it does happen and it does exist. It still happens to me today, even though that initial case occurred back in 2009. And so these are solid material objects that, or in some way, they appear out of thin air, and they appear. And so anyway, you know, I look at mankind today, and we're still our behavior is still very primitive in the way I look at it.
In many ways. I'm going to bring George back in, but I kind of want to put a bow on this because I want to get into that aporting multi-dimensional thing with you guys. I want to talk a little bit about that. But John, you mentioned repeatable phenomena, and anthropologists and archaeologists will tell you the Earth is their laboratory, and it's a very volatile place. You're in an archaeological dig and it may rain the next day, or there may be a windstorm. So whatever you're doing isn't repeatable. If we're dealing with spirits on the other side of the human variety, we're very volatile people too. According to what Stan says, we're still a warring faction.
Absolutely.
We have emotions, we have ups and downs, good days, bad days, happy, sad. That's just our nature as human beings. So when they say you have to use the scientific method and it's got to be repeatable, good luck. Good luck when you're dealing with any human being. So, all right, guys, I'm going to take a little bit of a break. I'm going to bring George in here and so much more to touch in with you guys. So take it away, George.
Yeah, thank you, Ken. Again, our very special guests tonight, Paranormal Rangers, are joining us. Stan Milford, John Dover, and Stan, I'm right there with you, my friend, when it comes to, I have said that time and again on the show, especially when we've had guests on who were UFO experts. And I'm like, there's no way they want to interact with us. If they're watching us from above, even if they just sent out drones and saw the way we treat each other, how are we going to respond when a greater intelligence approaches this planet and reveals themselves? It'll just be mass suicides, mass hysteria, mass shooting at the sky. And you're right. We have not evolved by any means whatsoever. And kudos for that mindset, that thought process, because I'm right on scale with you with regards to that. And it is a shame because I'm sure both of you gentlemen, as I have, as Ken has, come across certain people that just have elevated in their thinking, have elevated in their reasoning process, that they're not being irrational to things. They're more open to what's happening out there. Is that the key start for those people who are watching the show tonight? I'll start with you, Stan. Having an open mind and not thinking everything is cataclysmic and end of world and villainized like the way that motion pictures and social media makes it out to be, that they kind of really need to apply more common sense than most people do?
Well, I think what it is that you're doing with this platform, and today many others.
Thank you.
The fact that we have this technology available today to be able to reach out to so many different people over such a wide area of an audience, and people able to share their thoughts and ideas and experiences regarding things like these phenomena, to know that, in my opinion, I think you would be hard pressed to find a single family across the globe that doesn't have one single family member somewhere in their family that has had some type of experience with either phenomenon or UFO sightings or encounters. I just don't think that. I think it would be very rare to find a family that doesn't have that. It's much more common than the average person would actually admit or realize. And we need to come together in this time that we're at, 2023, to say that these phenomena are real. And John and I are not trying to sell any idea or belief, or all we can do is convey from our own experiences and from the investigations that we conducted. And we're not going to sensationalize or grandize these events that happen. And that's turned away a lot of different productions over the years because they're in the business of selling, people hollering and running around during these haunting investigations. John and I don't do that. We're there to get at the facts if we can, so, and document.
Yeah. How many times, Jonathan, now you're pretty much a decade of exposure to the paranormal community. Do you have these conferences and you're talking to an audience and go, they're all out to get us? The cryptos are out to get us. The UFOs are out to get us. The ghosts are out to get us. Or do you apply the common sense method to them and say, look, it's just part of the human experience?
You can't really put your finger down on any one thing. If you think about, well, let's go back in history, 1492. You've got the Europeans coming to the New World. They came for a lot of different reasons. There were a lot of different races, different countries, and they were after potash. They were after mass timbers. They were after, of course, gold and tobacco and spices, silver. Just you name it. They came for different reasons. Some came to spread religion, and this is kind of like what we're seeing with they call them extraterrestrial. We're not sure if they're not interdimensional.
True.
They're coming for a lot of different reasons, and we don't know what those reasons are. So when I look at this in terms of, are they out to get us? I've seen people speaking. I've seen some people saying, oh, the aliens are here, they're just lovely and they want to help us. We've seen other people that are saying, no, the aliens are scary and they're going to hurt us. And it just runs the gamut of everything.
True.
I've never met any myself. When we go into these things, when we go into these things, it's you never know what you're going to get. It's I've only one time felt like there could have been something dangerous going on, and my sixth sense basically told me don't try to interact with it, leave it alone and ignore it, and that's what I did. This was an orb that followed me for about maybe 35, 40 miles, paralleling my course. And I just got a really strange feeling out of it that it didn't, and because at one point it was behind me. And I thought about turning around my truck at 2 a.m. and confronting it. And I decided maybe that's not the best course. So. But yeah,
advice.
It's right. And personally, I think that billboard out there that says you can look but not touch or have any contact with these people because they're way too violent. And what do? We poke things with a stick and throw a rock at it and shoot a bullet at it if we can.
If I don't ask this question, our producer, Bill Forte, will be so upset with me. He wanted to know, and I think he's got some sort of a plan behind this, like he wants to do a new series on Netflix with you guys. But the question is, how voluminous is your investigative evidence? How voluminous are your archives? How voluminous is the reports that you guys had done since the year 2000? Is it enough that you could say, yeah, we could probably do a 5-season series on what we've experienced? Either one, John?
Well, a lot of the records were lost, but the ones that we can look at, we kept a lot of these records, paper copies, and they run the whole range of hauntings, of Bigfoot, skinwalkers, and UFOs. A lot of them were what we call flyby cases. Flybys are, oh, I saw something over here and it went over there, and maybe for 5 seconds. So you can write those down, but it's not going to tell you anything other than what shape it was and which direction it was moving. So there's a lot of ancillary evidence that goes along with this. We've had a lot of military interest over flights on scenes that we've done, special operations people showing up directly after and nosing around, so to speak. So there's been a lot of interest from what we can understand.
Stan, John said a lot of the cases were lost. By what means did they disappear? Is it just bad file management?
Actually, when John and I worked with the Navajo Rangers, back in the early days, everything was, the actual forms were, the form was done in triplicate and it was handwritten. And later on, as computers came into use, there was other ways of recording things, information being stored as a digital file. And in more recent times, the Navajo Rangers began doing what most law enforcement agencies do, where they reach out and they contract a company that will have a record management system, much like what even the Mutual UFO Network has as far as a database and information going into it. Well, one of the challenges with law enforcement is that these companies that are contracted, they're in it for the money. It's a business, and so an agency will enter a contract with that business to be able to archive and store those files. And unfortunately, some of these companies, it could be said that they hold those law enforcement agencies hostage because they have their data, they have their information. And if the financial requirements aren't met, they can suspend access for that data. They have the power over these agencies to do that. And so with the Navajo Rangers program, we never really had a whole lot of money to run the program in the way we wanted to run it. We had a very small budget, and every bit of our budget, we had to nickel and dime things a lot of times. But we entered a contract with this RMS company, and at one point the program didn't have money to renew that contract, so everything was suspended. And then so the department had to go back and try to negotiate under natural resources, because you have to realize there's 12 other programs besides the Rangers under natural resources.
Sure.
And they had to come up with a way to be able to renew that contract or renew the monies to start it back up again. Well, they did do that, but in doing so, where the archives had been suspended, once it was renewed, they basically said, well, there was a technical issue and we can't access that information anymore. And so that resulted in a lot of those files not being retrievable. And so anyway, that's part of the problem. And I'll let John speak on those issues too.
Yeah, go ahead, John.
Yeah, when we started, you have to agencies like Navajo Police receive federal monies in the millions. We are entirely tribally funded. When I started my career in 1980, there were 40 Rangers, and we had 4 different sergeants, we had captains, lieutenants, everything else, and majors. When Stan came on board, I think we were down to 15 Rangers. And over the years after I retired, and he was still there, they went down to 8 Rangers. And I don't know where they're at now. But and anytime the budget needs to be cut, it gets, the different programs get cut. We could not receive federal money because the Rangers were not under Public Law 638. They were not established under the federal government for the tribe to take it over. And so the money has just disappeared. We did what we could. Me and Stan actually bought a lot of our own personal equipment to do these investigations. If we needed to do plaster casting, we went down to the store and bought it ourselves. If we needed evidence kits, kits and what have you, our own fingerprint kits and everything else. That's just the way it was. And we got quite adept at buying quality equipment. We would research the heck out of it and study it and then buy it, so we'd get the best bang for our buck. But
I would say this more than anything else, gentlemen, is that I hope that your success with regards to the paranormal, your notoriety with regards to the paranormal, let's say the perfect storm comes about and you do either have a major motion picture based upon your experiences or a television series, something where your face becomes even more familiar, that you could get the attention of the federal government, even from a local municipality, talking to the local politicians and saying, we need to give these people, who we worked for, dedicated to, since 1980, we would love to be able to say, yes, we can get you everything you need resource-wise, because it's just not fair. God bless you guys for what you did with that. We have to go to break, guys. We are up against the clock. When we come back on the other half, we've got some more questions for our very special guests and some updates with regards to the Ocean State Paracon. So you guys stay with us. You're watching Dead Air Live on the Full Spectrum channel. We'll be right back.
Paranormal phenomenon. Whether you're watching,
being sponsored by Jacqueline Nunez and the Conjuring House. So, hey, come on, if you're within the sound of my voice, join us and help us out for a great cause.
Yeah, I'm so happy for you, Ken, and everyone else that's going to be there. I'm so thrilled.
Yeah, I mean, the excitement is palpable. Yeah, you could cut it with a staple.
I'll never get there.
You'll get there.
Oh, my goodness. Well, thank you, Ken, for that update. Time to bring our guests back onto the show with us again. Jonathan Dover and Stan Milford, the paranormal My Power Rangers right here. And you guys are just amazing, too. And I want to turn it back over to Ken here, but I do have one burning question. During any of the paranormal cases, have you ever pulled your gun? No.
Nope. I didn't hear the question. I couldn't hear you.
Stan, can you hear me now?
It's just coming in kind of low.
Okay. Have you ever pulled your gun during a paranormal investigation? Your weapon, your pistol?
I never pulled my pistol, but I do know during one of the investigations regarding Bigfoot that the team was working well into the night, and we were armed with our AR-15s as we went into the field. So there's been a couple of other times where I had my AR-15 with me.
Okay, all right, but never had to pull the trigger. That's the best part.
No.
All right, Ken, I'll turn it back over to you, sir, for a few more, and then we'll get to the questions from the chat.
Absolutely. Thank you, George. All right, gentlemen. Some of the questions I want to ask are based on, after a hard day's work, what you're thinking about when you go home at night. And the first one is, we talked about apportation before, where an object materializes seemingly out of thin air. Had cases like that myself, where an object shows up that wasn't there the day before. Do you think that this is a signal that a multi-dimensional existence is at play here? What we deem the real world essentially can be breached by a different existence out there. Deep question.
Well, obviously, with the apporting of the coins had to come into existence in our physical world from some other location or from somewhere else besides right here in our own physical world. So I think after witnessing that phenomenon repeatedly, that John and I together began to discuss the phenomenon, whether it's Bigfoot or UFOs or orbs or even witchcraft and skinwalkers and shapeshifters, that this was the common thread among all of these things that people refer to as supernatural or paranormal. And so I'm going to let John speak on that a little bit more.
Well, we got to the point where, as criminal investigators, you're looking for answers. Not enough just to document something. You want to find out why and how. So we started looking at this, and if you go back into Navajo culture, it talks about the people coming up through different worlds. Now, when we started looking at this, they came through a hole in the sky. That means something up there, and crawl up through.
What was that? What was that called?
They said that there was a hole in the sky.
Right.
And so that's how they described it.
Yeah.
And they
That's
crawled
the
up
Navajo
through
creation
using
story.
something. Yeah, it's part of the Navajo.
Yeah, I thought there was a formal title for it, not the convergence, but something.
No, it's just the creation story. Now we go further and we find out and understand that within the United States there's 574 recognized Indian tribes by the government. That aren't recognized, and there's another 500 plus up in the First Nations in Canada, and these are survivors that have made it through basically systematic genocide.
Just want to say hello to the people joining and Rumble. The Robbie's in there. Daryl has joined, and as always, Daryl's providing information on what you're seeing on the screen. It cleared up again. We're listening to Dead Air with the guests of the Paranormal Rangers. So it's still early. It's only 11 p.m. If it stays clear, we'll be on for quite some time. Saturday is peak night, so this is pretty much a preview of what's coming in the next few nights. So I'm going to get back to the show. Enjoy.
And in a lot of these cultures, they also talk very similar stories of world from a different world. And it can't be just coincidence, and it can't be just myth. So we started looking at that, and if you take string theory and this idea of multi-dimensions, it lends itself to this theory that there could be as many as a infinite number of other dimensions. And it's the only theory that actually fit all of these phenomenon and could account for them in some way. So we started talking about that back in 2011. And this is when if you went to a UFO conference about UFOs, same with the Bigfoot conference. So we were the first to actually go in and start talking about all these subjects and linking them together through this idea of multi-dimensions. Soon after, as you turn on the TV now, that's all the talk is multiple dimensions. Even the ATIP money, the 22 million that was given out by the government to research this stuff, part of it was to explore dimensional gates and if they could be controlled, and if so, how could they be controlled. There was also faster than light travel. There was just a whole range of things all through the industrial military complex to try to get a foot up on everybody else. And that information is still classified to this day.
Yeah, I come down on the side of some of these sightings may be actually terrestrial in nature, and they may have been here for a very, very long time. The other thing I want to touch on, you mentioned, Stan, 27,000 square miles in the Navajo Nation, about the size of West Virginia. And I wanted to ask, in those same size areas all over the country, we have reports that mirror that in the Navajo Nation: Bigfoot, UFOs, ghost sightings, poltergeist, all of those things happen all over the place in the same type of same size area. Is there a difference culturally or spiritually or even geographically that some phenomena may be limited to a specific area? Like if we are talking about the skinwalker phenomena, for example, that seems, in my recollection anyway, to be kind of limited to that particular area, whereas other phenomena is not. It's pretty common throughout the country. So do those three factors maybe play into why their certain phenomena is limited to a specific area?
I don't think it's really limited to certain geographic areas. I think there are those locations that, for some unknown reason, that these phenomena occur more frequently. Mm-hmm. Places like Sedona, places like what is referred to as Skinwalker Ranch, or the Sherman Ranch up in Vernal, Utah. There's a lot of places. John and I even had encountered a location on the Navajo reservation that mirrored a lot of these same phenomena in that location. But you have, let's say, portals and gates, and I've come to understand that something as simple as an Ouija board can be utilized as a means of opening up the space between our physical world and some other space, some other plane of existence, hence a portal. So as far as phenomena, you look at the phenomenon of shape-shifting. John mentioned 500 plus Indian tribes in the United States, and many of them Indian tribes also have references to shape-shifting, or going from a physical human form to that of an animal in some way. And so that, the shape-shifting, you hear people refer to things like the rake, and that are described much similar to these things that are seen, within the Navajo culture, things that shapeshift and stuff. The Bigfoot, there's a lot of different references to Bigfoot, or a Sasquatch, or swamp ape, or Yeti, yet they're described much in the same physical features around the globe. So I think culturally, people describe these things, with different names and what have you. But a lot of times, these phenomena are very similar.
Variation on a theme. John, do you want to weigh in that before I get on to something else?
Yeah, the phenomenon actually does go around the world. We've heard of shapeshifters in Australia, in Africa, in Europe, in Thailand. Something that's just everywhere. They call them different names. The Wendigo, the skunk ape, the rake. So there's a lot of different names for it, depending on what part of the country you're in.
In the Northeast here, we have the Pukwudgie.
Right. And but they're similar. And culturally, the Navajos look at these things and they say they exist. They're out there. They're out there all the time. We've asked them, why don't you report these UFOs to MUFON? And they ask, if we report them, a whole bunch of people are going to come out here. They're going to all hold hands and sing, Kumbaya, and these craft are not going to come back again. And you have to understand that culturally, there's a significant tie to sky people who have come to them, and they have the Yebiche dancer is a holy being that came from the sky to man, and he tries to impart knowledge. And I find it really humorous that the last person out of 10 or 12 Yebiche that are there in a ceremony, the last one, they call it the clown, and it's everything wrong. He doesn't follow instructions correctly. He does the exact opposite sometimes, and he actually, we are told, he represents the five-fingered people, which is you and me. So that's how the DT see us, is that we're kind of stupid. We need to go back to school or something and learn more.
Yeah. How did you guys strike a balance? Because you both have Navajo blood, but I think I had heard when you were talking a little bit about your backgrounds on the show that you didn't necessarily strictly adhere to Navajo customs and traditions and things like that. So how do you balance that on an investigation? Do you think that's an advantage, that while you can certainly draw on it, you can put aside certain superstitions, mythologies, folklores, and be more more observant and more objective in your investigation without immediately jumping to a conclusion? Because we see that often in our culture. It's like, I'll get a call, someone has self-diagnosed themselves with having a demon in the house or something, and Well, we need an opportunity to assess it. Like, what makes you think that you have something demonic, or so, that kind of objectivity where you can sort of put that aside, the teachings, and do what you need to do from a pragmatic standpoint. Where is that balance for you?
Well, in Navajo, we are told that you're not supposed to have anything to do with the skinwalkers. You're not supposed to go out there and seek this stuff out. In the case of hauntings and Bigfoot, you don't, with Bigfoot, you don't even look at him. You recognize this, but if you see him, you're not to look him in the eyes, because they say that if you look him in the eyes, he can take control of your mind. So what we do, Stan and I grew up in different places. He was born in Fort Defiance at the hospital there, and but moved to Tahlequah, Oklahoma. So he was raised kind of in a different world. I was born and raised in Los Angeles, and both of us spent our summers on Navajo. So as such, we have that dual citizenship, as you would say.
Right.
So a lot of the taboos that come with doing the investigations. Plus, what we did is we approached it from a strictly law enforcement standpoint. You go into the scene, even though it might be dangerous, and you get the information that you need to try to solve the case. My background is a technical accident investigator when I was doing police work. And when you go to a scene of an accident, you look at the evidence that's on the roadway first, and you decide based on the evidence what happened based on your skill at interpreting that, where the skid marks are, the critical scuffs, the contact damage, the vault distances, things like that. You run formulas and it all turns into math. Then you come back and you start interviewing people, because people make the worst witnesses sometimes, or they'll see something and they'll put their own interpretation on it. And so suddenly, instead of having an unusual occurrence or poltergeist activity, it suddenly becomes a demon. And so you have to be careful about having preconceived ideas when you go into these cases. You go in, you collect the evidence, your statements, and when you're getting statements, it's not that you're just talking to people. You're actually reading body language, you're reading facial expressions and micro expressions. You're doing what any criminal investigator would do to verify that individual. You're asking, do you use recreational drugs? Do you use alcohol? When was the last time you took either? You want to verify the person that you're talking to, and making sure that when you take this to court, their testimony is going to stand up through cross-examination. And so when there's times when we come out of it and we look at each other and we go, wow, did we just experience that? But at the time, we don't show any fear. We found out that if you show fear, it'll allow something to manifest even more. And so we just don't do that. And we don't name it with any preconceived idea, and we try to stay balanced. So that's what I can say about that.
Approach. I was actually going to ask you guys about witness testimony and body language and tone of voice and how you read. I guess I'll just throw that out. So John just answered that question for me. Let's talk about fear. Stan, how important is it to you when you've had cases, and I want to mention this real quickly, about 1% of your assignments had to do with the paranormal. Is that accurate? It wasn't like you just sat down in the basement like Mulder and Scully waiting for the phone to ring and you only got that. You still had a job to do, and occasionally these things would come across your desk.
I'm going to let John answer that real quick, that part about the percentage. And so I'm going to let him say that.
Sure. I'll come back to you because I have a question for you, Stan. Okay. John, go ahead.
Yeah, they actually represented less than 1%. And, but that less than 1% actually became very significant. My specialty was in archaeological law enforcement. And
really?
I was kind of an instructor for the department and teaching ARPA, the Archaeological Resource Protection Act of 70, and also NAGPRA, the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act. And so I was quite involved with that. And both me and Stan have done reburials of human remains that have been exposed. And Navajo culture tells you that you're not supposed to do that either. We went to medicine men and asked them, how do we do this respectfully? And they said, if it's your job, then you're covered, you're okay. Just be respectful, go out there, you don't kick the dirt, you don't pee on the ground, you don't, you're just very respectful of who's there, the burials, and you do your job. And so we would smoke ourselves and cleanse that whatever that was there, so that we would be protected in some way.
Yeah. Stan, I wanted to talk because we just mentioned fear. How important is it when you are, or when you were called in? Because I know you still, as far as I know, still help people, still investigate, still offer your experience and services, if you will, to people who may be having these problems, things that they don't necessarily understand. How important is it to walk in anywhere, but particularly to someone's home, maybe they have children, a family union, and try to take away fear in people so they can think logically? Because I'm sure you'd agree the best possible outcome is to find out that it was a squirrel on the roof that's doing the banging and not a ghost. That best possible outcome. Your kids have nothing to worry about. We figured it out. Okay. And that's, what you do as an investigator. But in terms of when you have a heightened sense of anxiety in a particular place, your demeanor, like, how would you approach just seeing a family? They sound credible and you can just see the fear on them. Where do you go as soon as you walk in that door with them?
Well, I think one of the things that you must understand is that for John and I, one, our personalities and our who we are, we're very spiritual individuals, and we've had that spirituality very strong in each of us since we were very young. So that's carried for me throughout childhood, teenage years, young adulthood. Even to this day, I've been very strong in my faith, and so has John. That allowed him and I to be a part of things like SWAT, where, at times you're faced with an armed adversary. And John and I have both been shot at times in our career, and John numerous times. And but having been trained in SWAT and learning to control your emotions, and especially that assimilation of those techniques over into the investigation of paranormal, where it may be, in some cases it could be life-threatening, whatever we're dealing with. But John and I in our faith, weren't afraid of giving our lives to be able to protect others. And again, that carried over in doing the work in paranormal. There was some things that traumatized and frightened other individuals. And we would go into this case and listen to what the people are experiencing and try to give them some reassurance in those investigations. I mean, one case that I dealt with, there was a young teenage girl who had witnessed a Bigfoot near her home, and she was traumatized. She was very, very frightened. I sat down with her and her mother and reassured her that for that given area, there was no cases that I was aware of where these things had physically harmed individuals. And in and after my talk with her and her mother, a lot of that trauma had started to ease, and anxiety. Later, the mother said that really, really helped that young person to be able to get on with her life and not be so frightened. So I think each case is unique, but again, as what John mentioned, with some of the haunting cases, these energies and entities can and will actually feed upon a person's, when they exhibit fear or show fear, and it will actually stimulate or increase in the activity in some of these cases where people are screaming and yelling and responding to these kind of phenomena. So
Yeah,
and I'll
often
a little bit more about that too.
Yeah, oftentimes those type of entities will go to the most vulnerable.
Oh, true.
Among us, absolutely. So much more I want to touch on. I want to get to some of the questions from chat because they're out there waiting for you. Listen, what people and since the Skinwalker Ranch show is on, but this has been in the public conscience for a long time, shapeshifters, etc., and so forth. But now, like anything else, it's a little bit more prevalent. So everyone thinks that they may have a handle on this type of thing. But what can you share about the existence and nature of these beings that people don't know and maybe should know, that we're not going to necessarily learn on a TV show or in a movie or anything like that, because this is something that is part of the culture, part of the tradition. John, we lost Stan for a minute, but we'll get him back. John, what can you say about this phenomena that people should know?
Well, in the case, and I'm going to speak to the Navajo version of the shapeshifter, we have had people's crews come out and want to film and put it on TV, and they want to go hunt for these things. We have actually had a couple of gentlemen that were poisoned by skinwalkers. One was sick for about a year and survived, but the doctors, Western medicine, couldn't determine what was wrong with him. The other guy nearly died and was brought back by a medicine man, and he wrote about his experience. So we have these camera crews that want to come out, and they say, we'll pay you, put us on the trail of these things. And we tell them, no, we're not going to do that. And in the case of one, we told them, they went out with us to film. And we told them, if you decide to start looking for these things, we're going to call it. Adamant about it, and we're not going to brook any argument. We're done. And without going any further on that, because of a whole bunch of stuff, that episode is going to show up on the 25th, and on History Channel. So that'll be a real interesting watch, because we didn't set out to look for skinwalkers, but they showed up and twice during the filming. And I don't think they got anything on film, but we understood that their presence was there. And that became very dangerous in some respects. These things can actually kill. And so we're very cautious when we do these cases, and we try to seek protection from individuals that can provide it for us. And we also have our own protection measures that we take. And even then it's dangerous. Yeah, that's what I can say about that question.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like it winds up on TV, Stan. Everybody treats it so cavalierly. It's like this is not an actor. It's not a character. These things to many people are real, and they're not to be messed with. Yeah, just going to you, Stan, get some maybe closing thoughts on that.
Well, it's hard for most peoples and even across America, the average non-Indian that is living in a metropolitan area, to wrap their mind around the fact that these things, especially related to the shape-shifting and witchcraft, these things do exist. In 2023, it is happening out there, and there really isn't no boundaries for these things to exist and happen. In reality, it can happen anywhere. And so, people look at that, and it's stranger than fiction for them. John and I know this stuff is real. We both have experiences with multiple types of phenomena where we've actually witnessed it with our own eyes, and continue to try to assist those individuals that are being victimized or traumatized by these paranormal phenomena. I mean, that's a part of who we are as individuals, and we're the type of people that we try to help others wherever we can. And we may have put down our sidearms and the badges, but it's still a part of who we are, and we'll continue to do that regardless.
All right, I'm going to ask you one final question before we turn it over to the chat room. And this is based on my ignorance of the topic. Can a skinwalker be summoned by someone who means to do harm to someone else? Does it work like that way? Because we heard a little bit about Navajo witchcraft, et cetera, and so forth. So I'm trying to put the two things kind of together here. So can you guys just kind of educate me a little bit on that?
I'll let John.
Okay. Yeah, the Navajo skinwalker is an individual. It is not an avatar. Like we think, that people think it's in a spirit form. It's an individual person who has learned how to do this, and and understand that in order to gain this knowledge, you have to sacrifice somebody who is very, very dear to to you that you love, and have basically sacrifice them or have them killed to gain this kind of power. So after that, there's rituals that you're taught, there's curses that you're taught, how to poison people, how to make what they call corpse powder, that can be blown in somebody's face and cause sickness that'll kill them. There's just so many different things, and it's really frightening to think about it. But these individuals, once they're known, there are people that know them. There are some medicine men that know them, and you can get word to them to basically take out a hit on somebody. This has happened to Stan. It's happened to me. You can draw attention just by speaking about them. And both me and Stan had the experience. We spoke at McMinnville, Oregon in 2016. We started to talk about this subject. It was the first that medicine men tell us that these things can tell when they're being spoken about, and it draws their attention to you. So the very next weekend, we had 9 near head-on collisions in our families over just one weekend, either incidents or head-on collisions that were near, and I got run off the road by an 18-wheeler on I-40, and Stan nearly had a head-on collision with somebody on the road. So, after that, we started taking it very, very seriously. It can be, and up to the middle 90s, it was actually a violation of federal law to practice Navajo witchcraft. And when we say witchcraft, we're not talking about Wiccans. We're not talking about good witches and bad witches and all that kind of stuff. We're talking about something that is in Navajo that is actually fearful.
Yeah, but I'm glad I brought that up then. That was great. That is unnerving. So I can absolutely see your perspective on this type of thing, where people like, hey, let's go out and let's go see if we can film one. Let's see if we can interview one. Let's just, I understand why you're reticent to do that. And, you're pretty firm about it. If George wants to come back in here for a bit, maybe we can get to some of the questions we have in chat. Now,
Sure.
All right. Mary Beth Reimer, have either of you gentlemen had an encounter with one of the predator-like beings? This actually may be a reference to
Skinwalker.
the Skinwalker, unless I'm missing something here. Do you guys, is there something else in that category?
Bigfoot?
Well,
Yeah.
I think what they're referring to there is technically is a little bit different from what we've just talked about as far as skinwalking. Now, there's phenomenon that's being identified and referred to today where people will see more or less like an outline of a human-like form. Sometimes these can be larger than the average human or physically. But in the movie Predator, you have a technology that's used by an alien being where it cloaks itself. I think in that particular film in Predator, there's a jungle scene where this thing is cloaked, and there's a humanoid type form, but it's camouflaging itself within the forest or whatever environment it is in. And today in social media, there's been more and more documentation of those kind of things. Now, whether that phenomenon is related to like what John and I are referring to in witchcraft, or interdimensional beings, or even hauntings and stuff, you know, people see these outlines of humanoid-like form, and so I think there's a lot of different references. John and I talk about orbs, but there's so many different types of orbs. There's orbs that are seen that are related to UFO sightings. There's orbs that are related to haunting cases. There's orbs related to witchcraft. So I think some of the references and sightings of these objects can transcend different types of phenomena. So I'll let John talk a little more about that.
Yeah, me and Stan one time were on our way to Phoenix, and we were going down what they call the Beeline Highway, which is State Route 87 between Payson and Fort McDowell. And while we were on the road, you know, we're driving the speed limit because, you know, all cops drive the speed limit, right? And we saw a shadow.
What?
We saw a shadow go over the highway in front of us from left to right. And I said, hey, it's the highway patrol aircraft. And I said, and he looked and looked, and I looked, and we opened up the sunroof on the vehicle. We couldn't see anything. We couldn't hear anything. And we started referring to it as a shadow phenomenon. Stan's experienced this later, and he's actually out in the middle of nowhere and gotten out and looked up in the sky, and nothing's up there, but something big, shadow moved across in front of his car. When we started talking about this in our talks, we had people come up to us saying that they were out mowing their lawn and shadow go right over them. They looked up immediately and there was nothing there. So there is something going on. We don't know if it's UFOs. I talked to one person that said that they were in a shopping center in Phoenix, and they put their polarized sunglasses on and looked up and saw, but when they took their glasses off, it disappeared. So you have cases like that happening too.
It's bizarre. Okay, moving into the end, we got about 5 minutes here.
And that was the Paranormal Rangers on Dead Air like 2 or 3 weeks ago. I met them in New Mexico and Arizona. And they're just two incredible gentlemen. And got them on Dead Air. And they were recently on Beyond Skinwalker Ranch on an episode. They're fascinating. They're really great guys. And I think it is Stan that just retired a couple of months ago as a Navajo Ranger. So it was a good interview with them. But tonight I'm just chilling out, relaxing. Mom is about to make me coffee. It's not like I don't know if there's any apple pie because Mom Zilla probably ate all the pie. And I'm actually craving for sweets now. What's up, Fantasy? What's up, Kathy, Genghis? Anybody else who's watching? Alexa, dim living room light. Oh, you're not paying attention to me now? Alexa, dim living room light.
Okay.
That's better. Yeah, it's a beautiful night tonight. I'm gonna have to move the camera up. Coffee. Core. C-A-W. Fee. Coffee. So, but the storms moved through today and it cleared out the atmosphere. It's nice. Humidity's dropping. Sky's looking beautiful. Yeah, that's the thing. We have to wait. It's still early. It's not even midnight. And it's not peak. But tonight, we should see a few. As we approach peak night Saturday. Oh, fuck yeah. I'm done with drinking for a while. Done. Definitely done for a while. Time to take a chill pill. Let's see. I don't know if there's any pie in this house. But you know, when I get in these moods, it's like I gotta get in the car and get some munchies. I'm talking like cake munchies. Like coffee cake or... The thing is, do I really want to get in the car? I mean, I don't care if I go like this in my shorts. The store is not far away. It's literally like a 3-minute drive. It's a gas station. But they have all kinds of stuff in it, obviously. Like, what am I craving right now? It can't be chocolate with coffee. I don't do chocolate with coffee. I'm thinking, like, the worst thing that I could possibly eat with sugar in it, because that shit is so loaded with sugar. That's the problem. It's actually really bad for you. And they're not going to sell, like, pies. Because it's going to be, like, Entenmann's and... No, not feeling Entenmann's. It's junk. So when I think about it, it's like, I don't think I really want to go through that. Because it's just, like I said, loaded with sugar. Just bad. Not good. I'm trying to think. I just feel like calling Mom. Alexa, make an announcement.
What's the announcement?
Mom, is there any more apple pie?
Announcing.
Mom, is there any more apple pie? And I bet you there's not. Because I bet you Momzilla ate it all. It's sugar-free, but even though it's sugar-free, it still contains sugar. It's just that no sugar was added. But it's still... the answer is probably no. If I had to guess. I should have thought about this earlier when the supermarkets were open. So I'm screwed. I'm gonna go see. Let me find out. Nanu! Kaka! Is there any more apple pie? I saw sponges. I don't remember where though. I think in the bathroom. I'm not sure. Let's see. There's like crumbs left. Crumbs. This is the problem. When I go for apple pie, there's nothing there. Okay, now she's back. So the headache comes back.
Yeah,
What?
this brush doesn't belong in the kitchen.
Okay, just put it there for now. Good, thank you.
Dame un cigarrillo, no lo tiene.
Yeah, here.
Because I need it. My nerves are shot.
Yeah, here. Make the coffee. You know what I would like better than coffee?
What?
Hot chocolate.
But mira, you know what? Go and look for
Nah,
whatever.
forget it.
because I am
No,
gonna
I'm
go
not doing
through
it.
all
No,
this.
no, forget it.
I'm cleaning.
Forget it.
I'm setting my things.
It's
my
okay,
bed
forget it.
sheets and everything. I'm not
I said
sitting down.
forget it.
I'm not sitting down.
I said forget it. And you don't even think about it. You could eat crust. You're not gonna eat this anyway. Oh shit, he took it. And he ran. Oh my god. I got ice cream. But I'm not in the mood for ice cream. I'm in the mood for pie. At least I had a little. All right, so we're in a good spot here. I could bring the camera slightly up, which I'm going to do. But we're in a good spot for tonight. And the weather is cooperating. And the weather should be good for tomorrow night, too. The question is, will Saturday, peak night, be good? Oh, you're back for more, you rat? You like it, huh? My little baby is right here. There he is. I don't give him the pie. I give him the crust. Look. You see him? He's demanding I give him some. There goes the light! I don't know, sometimes I think Mom does this on purpose. Baby. You want some? I know you want some, right? You want some? I'll give you the crust. Here. You're gonna have to come up for. You're gonna have to come up for it. Here. Oh, well, here. Here. Do you want it? Here. What are you doing? Take it. No, I'm just gonna throw it there. Do what you want. And he got it. And then he's gone. Spoiled. Spoiled? Uh-oh. See, he knows. He can hear when you're eating. You know, when you have something you're eating, then they show up. He's right there. I'm just waiting for him to come up. There we go. You want more? And if I ignore him, he's very demanding. He'll bark just to get my attention. Like challenge. See the tail moving? Watch when I look at him. Alexa, brighten living room light. You see? Here comes,
Okay.
here comes the talking now. What? What is it, Tycho? Wow. Is that the baby? Come on. You hear him? What's the matter with the baby? Now, I did not do that with the light. The light just brightened up. Somebody did it in the room. Ooh. What? You hear it? Do you hear this? What is it, baby? Nana? What? What's the matter with the baby? Come on. Do you hear it? And then he goes like this with his mouth. Like he's trying to talk. It's... Oh, now he's getting tough. That was a... Look, that's the scratch on the hand. What is it, Nani Gavak? Why? Why? I gotta give him some. So I only give him the crust because pie is no good for him. He's eating it. Alexa, shut living room light.
Okay.
I'll put these other lights on brighter. Somebody's playing with the lights. Yes, mother dear. What? I don't know what you're saying. You gotta come in here. What? What do you mean, what am I doing? I'm doing... Ma, I can't talk to you like this. You gotta come in here. What? I still don't know what she's saying, so. I'm doing the stream. Why? Okay, we can brighten it up with these lights. I'll leave the ones behind me the way they are. What? How come you're what? Because you have me on your TV. Yeah, you're watching this on the YouTube, on TV. She's hearing my voice. And she's wondering, why do I hear your voice? Because I put this on your TV in your bedroom? That's why? And look at the scratches Tycho did to me. Look at that. That's what he did to me when he was here. Now, I'm suntanned, so it kind of makes it look a little worse, but look at that. That's him. It looks worse than it is, and now he's back. Now he's back. He's right here. He's back. He's just staring at me. And the thing is, he knows I'm talking about him. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Stop. Give me a kiss. Well, then screw you. Oh, his nails get clipped. It's not that. He's still... I mean, you know that you can only clip them so much before it hits an area of them that hurts them. The cuticle inside, the pink area inside the nail. You do not touch that. That's when you can make them bleed, and they feel that. That's a nerve, and it can hurt them. So you got to be careful with that. Anyway, I'm going to go outside because we're getting a little bit too high. I have to put this I gotta bring this up. So you know the deal. He's just being a pain right now. That's all. He's just busting my chops. All right, I gotta go outside and do this camera, and even maybe bring the gain up a little bit. What's up, Dave? All right, let me get my slippers. Come on, come on. No, it's not for you. I'm not taking you out. I just took you out. You're a nut, Tycho. You're absolutely out of your mind. I just took you out an hour ago. No. That's what he wants. He wants to go outside, but I'm not doing it. I'm messing with the dog. Who's worse? That's good. Oh, that looks good. That certainly looks nice. Pretty soon you're gonna go with mommy, because you're not gonna bug me all night. I'm telling you, Tycho, you're not. You're not gonna bug me. Let me clean my mess. Come on, let's go. Go over there. Don't bother me. I can't even like scare him. He just won't leave. Nothing I do intimidates him. He's challenging me. Fantasy, you know that sound, right? There's another sound too when you rip them. Do you know that some clown, Fantasy, you were here last night at the end when some clown in Trovo said, and you know what? I looked the person up. They created an account just to troll me. Oh, my friend said you were doing meth on your live stream. I was like, what the fuck? What? And, you know, just to try to get under my skin. And that you were talking bad about Native Americans. That's when I started to lose it. And you could tell it's a fucking troll. People had nothing better else to do. They actually created a Trovo account just to go on and say that shit. I was like, really? I don't know if you hear that. I think it was only you and I, Fantasy, last night. At that time. What people do with their time. This was at like 4 o'clock in the morning. Do you not have anything better else to do with your time? What that says a lot about your life. That you would make an effort just to do that. What a waste. Oh, that was late last night. That was on, and it was on Trovo. It was a comment on Trovo, which I was surprised because Trovo is not really that bad with the trolls. But one came. I know the name, but they've been banned, obviously. Oh no, I forget about it. It's just I'm saying. It's just like, what a waste. Like, get a life. I feel sorry, kind of, too. Because they're bitter. And they're going through stuff in their life, probably. There has to be a reason. It could be jealousy. It could be hate. I hate to use the word hate because hate is such a strong word. But there's something there, and it's like, what a fucking loser. Get a life. You're not the only one, Dave, that has problems getting on Trovo. There's a few, actually. Trust me, you are not alone. There's actually a few. Bob in Canada, Daryl. That's just to name a top. Psycho, no, stop it. That's enough. No more. That's it. I'm gonna ignore you. But he's pulling me. He's trying to get my attention. He'll give up. He will give up after a while. If I don't pay him any attention, he'll stop. He'll give up. But, you know, I always fall in and give in to him. So he's staring at me because I could tell by my peripheral vision that he's staring at me right now, but I'm not looking at him directly. You know when they say, like, not to look an animal in the eye? With him, I could see him reading my eyes, like right now. And we're staring each other down. And I blink my eyes a certain way. And I give him that blinky eye. And I could see him focusing on my eyes. So, yeah, Kira's son, Keith, he's like a little over, what is it, a year now? Kira? Don't say 2 because I lose track of time. It is probably 2, isn't it? This time flies. Is it more? It's like time flies. He's a big baby. When he was born, he's a big boy. And I've seen, I think it's over 2 now, right? Yeah, because I've seen you guys in Pine Bush the last 2 years. So he has to be a 2. Isn't that crazy how time flies? He's already 2. Unbelievable. Welcome back, Daryl. So we had all like guessed and when he was going to be born, and ex-lady got it. Kathy nailed it. But I think she cheated because it was her husband, and that's still special. It was their wedding anniversary, I believe. So she said July 29th, and he was born July 29th. I don't know if I delete the pictures. Sorry, Kira. I deleted them. But you could take some pictures and we'll show them in the future. What's up, Mike? She better make me coffee because I'm gonna freak out. I need coffee. I could do another thing. Shit. I'm gonna bypass Mom. See, he's never said, really? Do you really need me to make it? He's never done it. This could be the first time, but he's never said no when I ask. Never. We're going to test that theory right now. I need you to do me a big favor. Fill one of the big mugs, like my KGRA mug or whatever, like the big mugs with milk, and make me some hot chocolate with the powder, the Swiss Miss. I'm gonna show you doing that on camera, bro. All right, can you do it for me?
So you want a big mug with what again?
You got to put the milk and then stir in 2 packs of Swiss Miss. Hot chocolate. Swiss mix.
Mix?
Now you're fucking making me say it wrong. It's chocolate, hot chocolate mix. It's in the cabinet. I'll get the Swiss Miss.
What, dude? You got a big cabinet here, bro.
Wait, no, wait. You're in the kitchen. Go to your right. It's the one by the slicing machine. Keep going. Right in there. Check in there. I know there's a lot of cabinets. Do you see a box of Swiss Miss right there? That blue box. No, go up. Right there. What is that?
Pancakes, waffle mix.
No, below that. The blue box sideways. Yeah. Oh shit, that's cake mix.
Sugar cake.
There's got to be Swiss Miss in there, bro.
Banana. We got black tea. Wait, I think it's this one. Oh, Pop-Tarts.
Pop-Tarts? I got Pop-Tarts?
This one right here.
There you go, Swiss Miss. With marshmallow. Alright, so put 2 packs.
Okay.
And heat up the milk in the microwave. Fuck the coffee.
I'm on the phone with him.
What?
I'm making you tea.
I know, I'd rather have hot chocolate.
Excuse me, you see?
Oh my god.
Now you want chocolate.
You get her mad, bro.
No, she could always have the coffee for herself. Don't let make me the hot chocolate. I want hot chocolate. I'll have coffee later because I'm gonna be up till 4 o'clock in the fucking morning.
I cannot hear you, bro.
I need my chocolate.
You having coffee later?
Yes, because I'm gonna be up till 4 o'clock in the morning. I want her to make the coffee. Make me the hot chocolate, then I'll drink coffee later.
My God, I'm making you.
I know that, but I'll have the coffee later. I'm staying up till 4 o'clock in the morning. It's only 12. I want hot chocolate now and then make the coffee so I can have it later.
I'm not your maid. What you call that? Those lady that work in the cafeteria?
Waitress?
Yeah. Drink your coffee.
I know, I'm thinking of that. Dude, I really have Pop-Tarts?
Yeah, you have Pop-Tarts. That's crazy, dude. You got strawberries.
Oh, fuck, yes.
That's delicious.
I'll have that later. I'll wait. I'll save that for the coffee.
So you want the milk? You want me to heat up the milk by any chance?
Yes, put the milk in the microwave for 1 minute.
1 minute, and then you just add 2 packs, and that's it.
Yeah, and 1 minute might not be enough. Put 2 minutes. Because it's a big cup. It's a big mug. Oh my god, I better just go to the freaking kitchen myself.
You want this one? You had,
No, you can't put that. Where's my big KGRA mug? That's the one. Yes. Fill that up 3/4 with milk. Put it for 2 minutes. Then add the packs. I'm gonna put you on camera so everybody can see you do that, dude. I'm gonna do it. All right, bye. Crazy people in this house. Telling you, I'm dealing with crazies. The both of them. Crazies. I know, strawberry Pop-Tarts. I forgot I had them. You guys had to see what's on. So he's looking in the cabinet. There's so much shit in the cabinets. The shit's like ready to pour out. You can't fit anything in the cabinets. And I was looking because I could see. And you know how the Swiss Miss comes in a blue box? There was another blue box, and that was the Pop-Tarts. I forgot about those. Then there's pancake mix in there. There's all kinds of shit in there. There's actually a cake mix to bake a cake. Now, if I wasn't doing this right now, I would have got up. I think I have chocolate frosting in the refrigerator, and I would have baked the cake at 12 o'clock at night. You're so right, Daryl. That is one of my number one things in life. If you want something done right, do it yourself. For real. I live by that. I'm not kidding. I do not like leaving things in other people's hands. If I can do it myself, and to be honest, probably better. If I can't do it, then I'll have to find somebody to do it for me, because I just don't know. But if I know I can do it, or have done it, and I know it's going to be great, why would I want to ask anyone else? So, yeah. That motto. Let's see, is this the small, blonde-haired Momzilla, or is this the tall, bleach-haired?
Mira, go on inside, Kito. Go on in.
See, I can't see over there what's going on, but I can see my door open. That I could see. That's the only thing I can see. I cannot see people in front of me because of the monitors. But I could see that door open, and you don't know how that drives me nuts. Because the air's on. Can't... Oh, not even. Is it so hard to close a door behind you? I don't understand that. Close the door. How difficult it is to close a door. It baffles me. You can tell them 1,000 times, but they forget to close the door. I mean, really. Like, there's one thing. Like, if I can do some basic stuff, but I have a mechanic that lives next door for the car. If I need something done, I'm bringing it to the mechanic. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to bring it to somebody who knows a lot more than I do. Yes, Michael, it's not rocket science. Oh, God. See, they're going crazy over there, the two of them. I don't know what they're doing, but there's some shit going on. Like, they're laughing and playing with Tycho. But if you know you can do something, and you can do it right, it's just a matter of laziness not to do it. For me, at least. It's like I don't want to be bothered doing that. But then when I think about it, I better do it, because if I don't do it, they're going to fuck it up. They're not going to be pissed more. So I better make the time to do it. That's what it comes down to for me. Good night or good day. Good morning, David. Have a great one. I'll be on for a while, so you might want to check in later. These are the nights you do not waste for the Persieds meteor shower under any circumstances. Starting tonight to Saturday. If it's clear, it's a must. There we go.
There?
Yeah. I knew it. I knew the two of you were up to some bullshit because I heard it. I'm coming. Oh, you're trying to be funny now? Tycho! Give me.
Yes, master.
Go fuck yourselves, both of you.
Wow.
I shouldn't say that because thank you for doing it.
Happiness. It just makes you so happy seeing you happy.
Well, the way you guys, I knew you were plotting something because I heard it. I knew you guys were doing something. Cierra la puerta! Close the door! They come in there, the two of them. I knew it. Did I say I heard the two of them? And my mother comes in here with a service tray with my mug, like a silver tray, with my hot chocolate on it. They did that on purpose. Uh-oh.
Come on. Come on. Eat.
Oh, that's good. That's good. That's what I needed. Some hot cocoa. I like that one too. Oh my God, tell me he did what I think he did. So the Swiss Miss marshmallow, you have to, one bag has marshmallows, one bag has chocolate. He put a double bag of chocolate, but he didn't put the marshmallows. I'm gonna wait on the next one. I'm not gonna go crazy. You're supposed to put two bags, one of the marshmallow and one of the chocolate. Yeah, that's a good one, Daryl. Put Swiss Miss in the coffee, make a mocha. Yes. 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 You know what? I might do that later tonight. I'm so glad I thought of that. You're drinking a frozen hot chocolate? You see, we need a Tim Hortons here. We don't have one here. I know they're Canadian based, but we need a Tim Hortons. Because I heard they're the best. That's what I heard. I heard Tim Hortons is the best. Screw all these other places. I hear Tim Hortons is awesome. Just what I heard. I've never tried it. I want to. I don't think there's many in the States. I can't believe there's one where you are in Erie. X. There ain't many. That's like when I went to Arizona and New Mexico a month ago. There's so many places that they don't have here. And I wish they did. But then the reverse is also true. They lack a lot of stuff that we have out here that they don't have there. So that it's kind of it's a two-way thing. Like they have a lot of different burger joints. There's a lot of different places like that. Now, there is a Sonic nearby, but it's not close. It's like a 10-minute. Well, it's not even far. No, it's more than 10 minutes. No, it's about, let's say, about 14 minutes. If I really was trying to think of the time it would take. Say 15 minutes away, there's a Sonic. I like the Sonic that you could just pull up and you pull into the, and they bring it out and all. It's fucking awesome. Some places do it with roller skates. So there's some things. Yeah, I know a lot of mom and pops, small businesses. But like what I miss of New York City is the food. Well, thank God, because I can't eat that shit now. Because everywhere you go, there's a pizzeria, there's a this, there's a that, there's a Italian deli. Well, there used to be. I don't know about so much now. Matter of fact, the two great delis that where I used to live are gone. They were Italian delis. And why I loved it, because I would go in there, and it's called a Hero. not a sub, not a hoagie, not whatever the hell everybody else calls it, but it's a hero. A club is a smaller, it looks like a half of an Italian bread. That's a club roll. And then you had a hero. So, and the round roll. But made in Italian bakeries. Fresh. So I would have a hero. Yes.
You got your chocolate?
Yes. You brought it to me on a tray, you freak.
I don't know. I'm too crazy. I'm cleaning and doing the chocolate for you.
So mom knows this. Mom knows this. Mom, come here. And well, for those that never believed it, that when I say it, my uncle owned like the biggest nightclub in New York City, in the Bronx. Right, Ma?
Yep.
That's one. But we're not talking about that. Remember how I used to always go to the deli, and my brother too, to get the stuff from the Italian deli? Like he loved the mozzarella balls.
Yeah.
And what's that cold cut you guys loved? Remember the cold cut?
I don't remember the cookbooks.
Oh my God, Ma, the one that he used to always buy.
Who, Daddy?
Randy.
Oh, Randy.
Remember he always used to go?
I know.
But anyway, I used to always go for what? An Italian hero. I used to love going to the deli just to get my hero.
What was the mozzarella?
No, gabagol? Gabagol?
Oh, I don't remember that.
Something, no, mortadella. Mortadella was also, Daryl. Capicola, yes, that's it. He used to love getting that sliced and bringing it back. But we also used to live near, not far, like a 15-minute ride.
Where? To go to the deli there, the Italian deli?
No, Arthur Avenue. Arthur Avenue.
Oh, Arthur Avenue. Oh, that's different.
Arthur Avenue. And
The sausages. Remember that Daddy used to love and fry them?
no, wrong. And you
Yes.
know, wrong.
What?
It's not the sausages. You know what? That deli's still there. I gotta go next time I go to the Bronx and buy the dried cherry peppers on the string that he used to fry them in garlic.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
The ones on the string in the old school Italian freaking markets.
Yeah. For breakfast.
And the mortadella. Both, Daryl. It was both of them. That he would get both.
And it was
Yes. Yes. Mortadella was definitely a thing with the fat. Yes. Yes, that's what he loved. My brother loved that.
Mortadella.
And the other one.
The peppers that they used to fry them. Remember?
I know. I just said that. The dried red peppers on the string.
Yes.
In the market, in the Italian market. Do you know that that's the only place alive still over there in North Avenue? It's like the only, and the old school mobster restaurants are still there.
Oh, the restaurant too. We used to
And
go
there's still an Italian bakery there too.
there. That's Little Italy.
It was Little Italy. It is not Little Italy anymore.
That's it.
It is. They're all gone. Most of them left. So yeah, there's still one place on the corner, and that's the place that I remembered as a kid, that has the peppers hanging from the ceiling, all dried up, the cherry peppers, and you take them, and you crumple them and you fry them in olive oil with garlic. Dad used to take the seeds out because if the more seeds you leave in, the more hot it's gonna be. You can leave the seeds in the oil. That makes them really hot. Dried. Oh, it's so good on sandwiches, on food. Oh my gosh, this stuff is great. No, it's. Let me see if I can find a picture of it.
That was the good life.
I don't know. And it's not chili peppers. Because every time I do this, it's always chili peppers. It's not chili peppers.
No.
It's the cherry peppers. But trying to find an image of it is like impossible. But just think of it. Instead of like chilies on a string, it looks like this.
They were like brownish.
It looks like this.
Let me see.
But after you fry them, they turn crunchy.
And you eat it with bread.
And it's delicious. That's them.
Yeah, but they fry like.
I know, those are from the string.
Yeah.
But they're not string. I can't find a picture with them on the string.
Fry, yeah.
But it looks like that. Dried cherry peppers.
Oh,
But
yeah.
think of them on a string, and there's a whole bunch of them. And you fry them in olive oil and garlic.
You eat it with Italian
A
bread.
little salt. You don't really need to. Oh my gosh, is it good?
They were good, huh?
My God.
Yeah.
Daryl says hello.
Hi there, and tell them that you make the best lasagna.
I do make the best lasagna. Everybody makes the best lasagna.
No, not
No,
everybody.
believe
no,
me.
no.
An old Italian, grandma.
Yes, Italian, yeah, but I'm saying.
I'm saying that everybody has their own way of making it.
Yeah,
So I would say a lot of people make great lasagna.
Yeah, they
but
do.
mine is great,
yours is good. Yeah.
to be fair. It's not like mine is the best.
When I brought that to when I was working in the post office, and I brought a lasagna, and you know what? We were in the swim room because it was like Christmas and all that. My God, this guy came, and this guy in the post office, he kept on going to the swim room, and oh Elizabeth, you don't mind if I have another piece? And then everybody was fighting with it.
No, here's another thing. I used to make mom.
Everybody was.
I used to make mom a special tray of something I created, and she's gonna think she's gonna take credit from it. So it was Italian sausage,
Come on, stop it, Tycho. Don't do that.
plantain bananas.
Oh yeah.
Remember that? That cold salad I used to make with the onions and the peppers and the
Miss Johnson, my supervisor,
took the whole tray.
Yeah, and she told me, please show me how to do this.
It
and
was-
then because when she used to have parties, she was showing up to it, and
Wait.
everybody ate.
And it had other stuff in it too, but with olive oil. I don't know if I don't think I used balsamic for that. It's been a
I
long
don't think
time.
so,
No, I
no.
just
I
used
think it was all olive oil.
it was just olive oil.
Yeah, no balsamic.
I didn't put no vinegar or
No,
nothing in it.
no.
And I seasoned it, and it was a cold tray, and it was a unique thing to eat. It was different, and they loved it
They loved it. But
because I come up with my own recipes.
when you cook, but then at one time, what did I do bad? They were waiting for something, and I had to bring it. So I went to a bakery or something.
And you cheated?
I told them. I put them
You s-
in my locker, and they thought it was the greatest cake and everything.
And you bought it at a deli or a bakery,
a bakery,
and you said you made it.
and I made and everybody was going, "Oh my God, this is the best cake ever!" And it's just that
Do you see how he's scratching me, this dog? Look at him. Look at him.
he's the baby.
He
Yeah,
is-
I am the
You
baby.
have to see how he's staring at me right now, the baby.
He's so beautiful.
I know what you want. Look at the ears go up.
You wanna?
I know what he wants.
I know what he wants. He wants to go
The baby wants to go outside.
Yeah, that's what.
That's what the baby wants.
Yeah, the baby wants to
Too
go
bad.
outside.
Let him follow you. He's hungry. Ma, Tycho's hungry. Because he'll follow her. If he's hungry, he'll follow her. It's a distraction for
I'm
me because then it
looking
gets
for
him
him.
away from me.
Okay,
Ma,
let's
Tycho,
go.
because he knows. Ma, Tycho's hungry.
You hungry, Taquito? Come on.
Let's see. Let him see if he
Yes,
follows you.
stupid baby.
Let's see if he follows you. If he doesn't, that means he wants to go with me.
You wanna eat? Come on.
Look.
He's coming.
Good. See,
All right.
I can't talk until he leaves. I just got off. Because he does that. Do you know that if he's hungry, because it's really mom that feeds him, he will go to her bed and bark at her and tell her it's time. It's telling her it's time to give me something to eat. Like for me, he does the scratching on my arm, pulling me to take him outside. That's my cue, or the barking or the whining. But he'll let me know. Trust me, he's gonna let me know. And he's gonna let her know. Yes, that's right, almost dead center. The radiant of the meteor shower is like right below it. Perseus is like right there. So that's where we need to be. I actually could go a little higher so it projects away from the radiant. You don't want to necessarily be on the radiant because you want to be away from the radiant where it shoots away from it. You don't want to have it. That would be like if I had the radiant, kind of a deal. Just listen to Daryl. Just listen to Daryl. It's actually a really easy thing to find in the night sky. You know what I mean? It really is easy. Where do you got to look for the Persieds? Well, just look for, and I say it both ways, Cassiopeia or Cassiopeia. So it's easy to find in the night sky. Anyway, I got these cherry peppers on my screen. Get them off. But another thing I love going to this city for that I can't get up here, but it's only like once in a blue moon. White Castle.
Oh.
White Castle. But not all the time because you're going to pay the price. When you eat them, you're going to pay later on. That's the thing. You're going to pay. It's like Chinese food. But maybe worse. I think White Castle is probably worse. Another thing I love is going and get myself a real Greek gyro. Not gyro or gyro or whatever the hell everybody else. In New York, you say gyro. And there's a lot of places in the city that make them, and they're amazing. It's amazing. And on the other side, sometimes I like to get a real Cuban sandwich. A Cuban sandwich is like roast pork on a sandwich, Swiss cheese, hams, like slices of ham. It's like bread that they make at the restaurants. It's like a flatbread almost, with pickles on it. Oh my God! If you've never had a Cuban, you got to try one. Oh, it's so good. You'll be like, if you never had it in your life, you'll be like, what is this? Once you taste it, if you like all that stuff, it is delicious. And one of my favorite, it's called relleno de papa. It's like, think of a knish, round knish ball, but with ground beef seasoned meat on the inside. Oh, it's so good. That's what I miss about New York City, living there. Because you can get anything you want at any time. There's stores like everywhere. It's so congested. Yes.
They put it in the machine and then they press it.
Yeah, the pressed bread.
Oh, that's delicious.
Did I drink all my chocolate? Holy shit, I did.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
Crazy.
Did you make the coffee?
Yep.
Good, I'll have it later. Let me see. It's actually, they could call it a Cubano sandwich. But the Puerto Ricans make it, the Dominicans make it because they're the ones that run these restaurants. But it's a Cubano. It really is a Cubano. And this is a picture of it right here. Oh my God, I'm getting hungry just looking at it. There's so many different ones here. They're all good.
You ate drinking water.
My God.
Oh my God. We can get this here.
That's what I said. That's why when you're in New York City, this is
do you
where
think
you
you
go.
could still get it in New York City?
Hell yeah, ma.
So I could tell AB when he comes here to bring me a Cuban sandwich. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely.
For you, and he knows you like
So, this is a version of it. Oh my God, just looking at it. Roast pork, the ham, the pickles, Swiss cheese on a flatbread.
And then they press
If you've never had this, see the Swiss cheese on top? Above the pickle? And mustard. If you've never had this, it's a must. It is delicious. Prowl's like, you're making me hungry.
No, I'm hungry myself right now. My God.
That's what I buy in New York City when I go.
That's why I love
It's like
New
a
York,
mission.
Because in New York you get everything. Over here in New York.
And a nice calzone, a real, but there's a place that's wrong. There's a place here that
The
makes
Arabs, no?
No, mama.
Who makes
There's a
that?
place here that makes pizza, just like New York City.
Oh yeah, that too.
It's just like New York pizza.
The water from New York.
And that's what he does. He gets the water.
Yeah, that's what they do in Florida.
They do
too.
tanks. They bring up the water from the city. It's
And in
insane.
Florida too. That's what they do. They send
SpaceX
the water
launches
to.
Falcon 9 Starlink
They
in a while.
send the water
Yes,
to
ma.
Florida.
So anyway, they have a place here that makes the calzones just as good as New York City. And that's something I do once in a blue too, because I don't eat that junk. I can't eat that every day. I'll be dead.
You'll be so fat.
Exactly. I might forget about it. But so there are things that I pick and choose when I go to the city. Now there's one place that's like a must go. And Mom knows.
What?
City Island.
Oh my God.
For the seafood.
That's the seafood.
City Island is where you go for the seafood.
Yep.
The whole island is got restaurants everywhere. The whole island, that's what it's known for. The marinas and the seafood. That's a must. 1:17 Eastern. That's a bad thing though, because even though I love SpaceX, I think I'm skipping tonight. I want to watch this. I mean, I love SpaceX. They're never tiresome, the launches. But for tonight, maybe I'll put SpaceX on a little mini screen. But you can't enjoy it like that. You can't. It's got to be full screen. I mean, we could watch the initial launch. It's only like 3-4 minutes. But I got to watch the landing, their entry. It's already coming up on my screen. Starts in 36 minutes. I'll have it up on that monitor. It's there. It's over there. I'm not going to look at it right now, but it's over there. What's up, Ken? Anyway, I guess we could watch SpaceX. I gotta go outside again and move this. I'm gonna wait. Let's just wait a little while. Let's see if we see any action. It's still early. It's not even midnight. I mean, 1. It's still early. You have to have this on my TV screen, big TV. Yeah, I mean, it's like that over there. I could put it on that TV over there, and it's big. The pain is back. I may have to just do this, because he just won't give up. Oh, now he's laying down. Right here. Do you know he sleeps right next to me on the floor? Because I've been sleeping on the couch because of the air conditioning here. And it just, I love it. It makes me pass out. But he sleeps right next to me with his, it's the cutest thing. It's like his feet are pressed against the couch and he's just laying there. It's beautiful. Like right now, he's right there. And if I move, he's gonna jump because he's gonna think I'm getting up. You can't see him, but you see him? He's laying right here. But he put his head up to look at me. But he's right there. So I have to be careful because I don't want to stir him. See the little ears? Now he's going back down. So now he went back down. He's laying back flat. But that's the way he is. He's always on my side. And if I'm sleeping, if somebody approaches wherever I'm sleeping, he'll growl. It doesn't matter who it is, my mother. Oh, there goes one. He will growl. He's protecting me. It's amazing. But at the same time, he'll get on the bed, my mother's bed when she's sleeping, and kiss her and lick her to check on her. It's an amazing thing. And he's amazing. And we love him to death. Like, you know what's a big test? Yeah, you got to do that. You got to refresh to make it 1080. Well, on Trovo, on YouTube, you just got to make sure. Oh yes. What Daryl just said. That triangle at the bottom, it's pretty much right center. That triangle is what he's describing. The head of Perseus. So we're in a good spot. I just seen one go straight up. So this should pick up. Now it's not peak night. That's not till Saturday night. Still could see some tonight though. Tomorrow might be really good. And it's supposed to be nice here, but I got to do shows till 11. So once I'm done with the shows at 11, I'll do the stream. It's his magic helmet. So we should see some activity. In about a half hour, we're going to switch over quick to the SpaceX Starlink launch. It's in 31 minutes and 30 seconds from now. So we're going to be switching over. But this is this guy right here facing northeast right now. So the camera is looking over the house. My house doesn't sit exactly northeast, southwest, slightly at an angle. So it's a little hard for me to gauge. North is like more to the corner over there. It's kind of bizarre. Did you ever catch your stars going away else? In the past, Ken, I used to see the Starlinks a lot. And you know how, remember when you used to see the whole line of Starlinks? I used to see that all the time. But they changed the whole way that goes up now, and because people were actually complaining about it. Can you fucking believe that? I mean, really? So, did I just miss one? I mean, from an astronomer's point of view, they could be annoying if they're continually coming in the path. But I used to see them a lot. Not so much now. Once in a while, I'll see a couple, but not like it used to be. And I would be like, wow, look at this, it's still going. You see the line. And then the double. They were like two. and then you would see more. It was so cool. It's been a while though. You'll still see a lot of satellites on this. A lot. So like I said, we're gonna go to Starlink in a bit. Are you working tonight, Ken? I'm assuming you are. Ken works the night shift. Yeah, Daryl, I believe that. I mean, there's thousands of them up there now. And there's going to be tens of thousands before it's all said and done. So, there's more to come, like tonight. More Starlinks going up. I mean, it is providing a service to people that live in areas that are remote and can't get the internet. So it's a good thing. More like 3,000. Are you kidding me? The projected plan is like, what is it, 40,000? It's something like that? Yeah, 12,000 initially. But the overall goal is like 30, 40, something thousand, tens of thousands. So, there's going to be a lot more. Daryl, you can correct me on that. I'm pretty sure that's accurate. I think they said I would have to look it up, which I don't want to do right now. Fuck. Oh, it won't be free, of course not. It's a moneymaker. How many Starlink satellites? This is from June. As of early June, there are a little over 4,000 satellites. Starlink hopes to put around 42,000 into the sky someday to provide truly global average coverage. 42,000 for entire global coverage. Holy shit. 42,000. Wow. That's a lot of Starlinks. I just read it. I just looked it up. 42,000. All right, Daryl. That's crazy. I mean, no wonder he's got to launch these like 2-3 times a week. Because you got to get up to 42,000 of them up there at some point. That's why these launches are, like I said, every other day. We just watched a Starlink launch a few days ago.
Really?
Yes.
I'm gonna put this because I don't know if Taco's gonna let me go back.
What is it?
Your yogurt thing, the blueberry.
What about it?
For you to put it in that refrigerator.
Oh, I leave it on the chair, but it got to go right away.
Well, you doing it because I can't do everything here. That's what you
Give me my yogurt.
Come on.
Is that all of them?
Yeah.
That's all I have left?
I don't know. That's all I see there.
I gotta buy more. I need my yogurt. Oh, you are working. Okay. Kathy. I gotta go outside and move the camera. Because we gotta get this up in the sky a little bit more. Oh, boy. Mom put the light, and she was checking on the cats. I just happened to be out there, so I started making stupid noises. She said, "You're lucky I have the light on, because I would kick your ass if you're going to try to scare me." Yeah, that's the light outside. That's what I said. She put the light on. She was going to mess with the cats, because they're right in front of the house under the gazebo, sleeping, and on the bench. So I decided to, okay, perfect timing. I'm going to mess with you now. That's not the bad light. This one's the bad one. If I put this light on, it would be blinding. Because that door's light. The other front door. This one, it would be insane. Watch. That one. Because the camera's facing that direction. Yeah, Tycho does get along with the cats. It's crazy. But if he sees a cat that doesn't belong, like those two, he'll go after it. He knows these two, but any others, done. It's weird. It's funny, because he knows them. Because every time he's near those cats, no, and he learned not to mess with the cats, and that was it. But it took a little while, but he knew not to mess with those cats. Because, like, in the morning, the ritual, I have to feed the cats. They're usually in the front or the back. I have to feed the birds, and then I gotta walk Tycho. So if I don't do the birds till last, and I do the cats first, then Tycho needs to go for his walk, and the cats are literally like right outside the door. So when I put him on his, oh my God, what is it called? I can't even think. I'm tired. His harness, when I got his harness on, he's gonna run out that door on my 20-foot leash. And I don't have him, I have it loose. He's gonna run. The cats are there. You know what he does? He runs, but he gives them a look and keeps on running. He doesn't even think twice. He just keeps going straight. The cats are like right there. Like right now, the cats are sleeping on that bench. I could take him out. He'll look at them, but he'll keep moving. He won't bother them. So it's a good thing. But the raccoons, he goes insane, and the skunks, he goes insane. He wants to tear them to pieces, which wouldn't be a good thing. He goes crazy with the skunks and the raccoons. Crazy. Basically, that's it with him. And I don't know where he is. He's not here now, so that's good. He might be sleeping over there somewhere, which is good. Oh my God, my name. What?
I don't know why you had that. Everybody could hear your conversation in the room and everything.
I'm live. I'm live, Ma. That's the whole point.
So that goes with Alexa too?
No.
So how come
Sorry, I don't know that one.
What?
Alexa is the one that is saying that?
No, your TV is on.
So I'm gonna show it off.
Everybody is hearing everything I say. I've told you this many times.
No, I said inside the house.
I'm confused. I'm confused what she's talking about. Totally confused. We have 18 minutes till SpaceX. So yeah, it's a little crazy in this house right now. You would think at 1 o'clock in the morning everything would be quiet. Not in this house. There's still all kinds of things going on till like 3 in the morning. Mom stays up, watches TV late, and then she gets up late. Kind of what I do. The other one who plays Fortnite all night. Here goes the door again. Yes. What?
Because that's nice. I'm in my room now and I see you on my TV.
I know.
Okay. That's cool.
And now you'll hear if I talk about you.
I don't think you would dare do that.
Yes, I would, Momzilla.
Yeah. All right.
Oh my God. Now I really gotta behave. She's watching on her TV. Now I'm screwed completely. Oh boy. You can't make this up. Now I had the hot chocolate. I'm really thinking, am I gonna make it another 3 hours? So I'm planning to stream till 4. At least. So see, the thing is with coffee. How else would you say it? Coffee? Coffee? How else would I do it? Well, some shooting stars tonight. Saturday night's the night. This is the big one of the year with the Geminids in December. But this is the big one. This is the Persieds. It's the big one. One of the big ones. There's 2. But here's the thing with the coffee. I can't drink it at 3 o'clock in the morning because then I'll never sleep. So I have to make that decision between 1 and 2. Coffee is needed. It is now almost 1. So, Mom, if you're watching and the TV in your room, please come and get my cup so you can make me a cup of coffee. Oh my God. With hazelnut creamer. That's what I want right now. Because I am tired. I'm doing it because it's a night that I must do. And tomorrow night and Saturday is must-dos. That was not a Perseid. Still look cool. Looked cool because it was going away from us. It looked pretty cool. It like faded. Yeah, I love hazelnut. You should make your mom the coffee. Fantasy, go bug off. It's it's not like they do much all day. I'm the one who does shit all day. Think of me as the Ralph Cramden of the house. Mom is definitely Alice. And Kendrick is Norton. Oh my God. Oh, that's too funny. I could see that too. Ken goes, I asked for some coffee while watching thunderstorms. That's like, you can't do anything better than that one. That has all the words in it in one sentence. Oh my gosh. And then I would end it with like, forget about it. Mom is more like, wait, because there's a controversy kind of a thing. Oh, there's another one, but that was not a Perseid. I would say hold on. Now, it depends if you really know about your stuff. This is what I make fun of her. That's Mom. Not Godzilla, Momzilla. Yeah, that's what I think. Oh shit. No. Do you know what? My friends years ago, this is who they used to say I was. But you have to know the comic strip. Who is this? Ready? Some people might know it. Tell me who it is. What is that? That almost looked... Oh, it's a plane. I was going to say it had looked double. This is what my friends used to say. You know who that is? Anyone? Know what that is? From? I'm not gonna say a word until I see somebody. Nope, it's not Garfield. Daryl got it. Bill the Cat from Calvin and Hobbes. Mm-hmm. That was, I used to love that. Just because of Bill the Cat. So my friends used to say, yeah, Bill the Cat. Especially if we were partying. Yes, Bloom County, yes. Mm-hmm. Hi, Sheer Beauty. Exactly, Bloom County. Yes. Not Calvin and Hobbes. I was thinking of the wrong thing. It's Bloom County. Yes. I get them confused. Yes, Bloom County. Oh my God. Yeah, it's Bloom County. As soon as she said it, that's it. That's it.
Tommy,
What?
what did you say I was, Godzilla?
Yes.
Wow.
Like Momzilla, Godzilla. You know how I call you Momzilla?
Yeah.
Well.
That's fucked up.
Oh my gosh.
That's really fucked up, man. I saw like a plane.
Yeah, that was a plane.
Yeah.
But we're gonna watch. Just keep watching because in 9 minutes we're switching over to SpaceX. You'll like it.
Yeah.
Just watch.
About what? What is that?
Just watch.
Jesus Christ Almighty.
It's a launch. A rocket launch.
Oh shit! I missed it. Wonder what happened to the one they sent.
To the moon, Alice. Yeah, they were both good. Totally agree. But that was one. That was like a must. Which is, wasn't there a penguin involved somewhere? It has been a long time. Wasn't there a penguin too? I can't remember. Yes, in 8 minutes and 20 seconds, we're switching over to SpaceX. And we're gonna get away from my camera. But we're seeing activity, which it's still early, so I'm not panicking. We could make time for SpaceX. Opus, yes, yes. Oh my God, that would have bothered me. Opus. She knows her stuff, huh? See, like in the early days, I used to like Ren and Stimpy. I was like, this is up to scale. But then, I haven't seen it in years. I haven't followed up with South Park. But I was like, holy shit, this is taking it to a whole new level. I gotta catch up. I haven't seen that in years. But Ren and Stimpy. There was another one. Not Beavis and Butthead. There was another one though. Ren and Stimpy. It was similar. Yeah, right? She has to play Family Feud now. Saturday. Oh no. No Family Feud Saturday night. We're not playing Family Feud this Saturday night. No way. Because I'm not going to be looking at cards and playing a game when I want to watch the peak of the meteor shower. It's not happening. So we're skipping Family Feud this week. We want to focus on this. If it's clear. Man, I wish it was like this on Saturday night. For the peak. No, because I'll be too distracted playing Family Feud. I gotta look at the cards. I won't be able to watch the screen. I'll be too distracted. And then I gotta look at chat for the answers. You know what I mean? It's too much. It's too much of a distraction. 5 minutes and 50 seconds for SpaceX. Actually, their coverage is starting now. But we're not going to go to it yet. So that's SpaceX. So once they go, we're going to switch over to SpaceX. They're starting their coverage. Partly cloudy, rainy here Saturday night. Yeah, I don't know yet. It's going to be close. We're supposed to get possible severe storms Saturday afternoon, but that could clear out, move away, and then it'll be good for the Skywatch. Tomorrow night's supposed to be nice, but I gotta do shows till 11, so I'm not gonna start streaming until after 11 tomorrow, and then after 10. Oh no, I think I told the guys we're taking off this week. Let me check my message. Let me see if I did. I might have scrubbed it. I'll do their show if they want to. It's till 10 o'clock. So I'll do that show. I can't do Popeyes because Popeyes would run till midnight. And I told him to do a pre-record. Or I asked him to do it. So hopefully he'll do it. I cannot miss Saturday night. Tomorrow we're going to start, like I said, after 11. Because I got to work. Then after 10 on Saturday. Eastern. As we wait for SpaceX. We should be starting very shortly. Yeah, so Sheer Beauty, you gotta hang out on well, you can hang out anytime, but definitely want to hang out like next Saturday after midnight, if possible, to play Family Feud. It's Skype versus chat, and the game takes about 2 to 2.5 hours. So I'm warning you now. It's a long game, but it's fun. It's a lot of fun.
Nice launch checkpoint countdown net. Pad is clear.
10, 9.
We're not
8,
switching over to SpaceX until
6, 5,
it's
4,
relevant.
3, 2, 1.
Go for launch.
I'll just do it anyway.
Vehicle is supersonic. Stage separation confirmed. Dragon, separation confirmed. Stage 1 is transonic. Landing legs have deployed. And Falcon 9 has landed.
Hello everyone, my name is Jesse Anderson and I will be your host for today's Starlink mission, which marks SpaceX's 55th launch of the year and 254th overall mission to date. On your screen is a live view of our Falcon 9 rocket on Space Launch Complex 40 in Florida. At T-minus 4 minutes and 45 seconds, the range is green and ready to support. The summer weather forecast for launch was looking a little tricky,
9 p.m.
but the
for
weather
you,
has cleared up,
Sheer,
so we're tracking a
on Saturday,
90% chance of
9
both
p.m.
launch. Apart from that, the teams are currently tracking no issues with the vehicle or spacecraft. And in just a few seconds, we should see the clamp arms, which are just below the fairing, begin to open. And once those are fully open, the transporter erector, which is that structural, there's that call out, that structure next to the vehicle, that will begin to retract away from the vehicle to help clear the pad for Falcon 9 to lift off. And you can see those clamp arms there on your screen moving. And you can see that the clamp arms are now fully open, so that TE is now slowly moving away from Falcon 9. Now the transporter erector is what we use to roll the vehicle out to the pad, as well as route electrical connections and propellants. And it looks like the TE is now fully reclined. Now next up, we will have liquid oxygen loading completion on the first stage vehicle. And that should be coming up at the 3-minute mark.
Stage 1 LOX load is complete.
And there's that call out. Stage 1 LOX loading is complete. That means
Stage 1 POGO.
That means that propellant loading is now completed on the first stage vehicle. Liquid oxygen loading is continuing on stage 2 and will wrap up at the T-minus 2-minute mark. And you can see some white clouds around Falcon 9. That is the oxygen that we are venting out from inside of the tanks, which is very cold. It's meeting that warmer ambient air there and creating condensation. So that is the clouds that you're seeing there. And in just about 10 seconds or so, we should hear a call out for liquid oxygen loading completion on stage 2.
Stage 2 LOX load is complete.
And Falcon 9 is now fully loaded with 1 million pounds of fuel and liquid oxygen. And as you can see from all the soot on the bottom of Falcon 9, the booster or the first stage vehicle that you see on your screen is flying for the 9th time today. After liftoff and stage separation, this booster is scheduled to land on our drone ship. Just read the instructions, which you can see there live on your screen. As many of you already know, successfully recovering parts of the rocket allows SpaceX to refly the most expensive parts of the rocket, which in turn drives down the cost of space access. Now coming up, we should hear a call out over the nets updating us that Falcon 9 is in startup. That is coming up at the T-minus 1 minute mark here.
Falcon 9 is in startup.
And there's that call out. The internal flight computers have now taken over the launch countdown. Now we were just waiting for the final call from the launch director.
Starlink 6-9, go for launch.
And great news, all systems are go for launch. So let's watch as Falcon 9 takes our 22 Starlink satellites into space.
T-minus 30 seconds. T-minus 15 seconds. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff. Go Falcon, go Starlink. Vehicle is pitching downrange. Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
At T plus 35 seconds into flight, Falcon 9 has successfully lifted off from Space Launch Complex 40 from Cape Canaveral, Florida at 1:17 a.m. Eastern Time.
Nominal power and telemetry.
Now we are throttling down the engines in preparation for max Q, which is coming up here in about 20 seconds. That is the largest amount of external stresses that the vehicle will see on ascent.
Vehicle is supersonic. Max Q.
And there's that call out that we just passed through that period of maximum dynamic pressure. Now we will throttle these engines back up. And seeing some great views of Falcon 9 and those 9 Merlin engines lit up there on your screen.
MVAC engine chill has started.
And we do have a few events coming up here back to back. That will be MECO stage separation, SES-1, as well as fairing separation. MECO is where we will shut down all 9 of those engines that you see lit up right there on your screen. And that will help slow the vehicle down in preparation for stage separation. Stage 1 will begin to make its way back down to Earth, scheduled to land on Just Read the Instructions today. And Stage 2 will continue with SES-1, which is second stage engine start 1, and we will ignite that MVAC engine on the second stage as it carries the payload to its targeted drop-off orbit. And then shortly after, we will have fairing separation. And those events are coming up here in just a few seconds.
Main engine cut off. Stage separation confirmed. MVAC ignition.
And great views there on your screen. We just had MECO stage separation, and you can see on your right-hand screen that the MVAC engine has ignited. The grid fins on your left-hand screen, the grid fins on the first stage are currently deploying.
Fairing separation confirmed.
And there you can see on your right-hand screen, those fairing halves deployed from the second stage. They're now returning back to Earth. And the fairing halves supporting today's mission have flown on previous missions, with one flying for its 10th time and the other for its 11th flight. We'll be attempting to recover both fairing halves using our recovery vessel, Doug. Now what you're seeing on your screen, on the right-hand screen, is a view of the second stage looking at our MVAC engine, and on your left-hand screen is a view from on Earth looking at the second stage MVAC engine.
This never gets tiresome. Ever.
Designed and manufactured by SpaceX, Starlink is the world's largest satellite internet constellation. Starlink satellites operate in low Earth orbit, which enables the delivery of high-speed, low-latency internet to people living in remote and rural locations around the globe. As I mentioned previously, today's Starlink mission marks SpaceX's 55th mission just this year and 254th mission overall. Now, coming up on the first stage vehicle will be the entry burn. That's the first of 2 burns that will help it prepare for landing today. And you're not seeing stage 1 on your screen, but you are seeing a view of the MVAC engine on the second stage.
Acquisition of signal, Bermuda.
Now, entry burn is where we will reignite 3 of the 9 M1D engines on the first stage vehicle, and that helps slow the vehicle down in preparation for re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. After the entry burn concludes, the atmosphere will actually help scrub most of the velocity on the vehicle until we start up the landing burn.
Stage 1, FTS is saved. Stage 1 entry burn startup.
And there you can see on your left-hand screen a view of the first stage and the engines reigniting on the vehicle. This is the entry burn that lasts about 20 seconds long.
Stage 1 entry burn shut down.
And
Stage 2, FTS was saved.
as you can see, those engines shut down on your screen. The entry burn is now complete. Again, the atmosphere will help scrub most of the velocity on the first stage vehicle, and then we will ignite just a single E9 engine in preparation for landing, which is powerful enough to slow down the vehicle to touch down on. Just read the instructions tonight.
Nominal trajectory.
And that landing burn is coming up here in about a minute. Shortly after the vehicle is scheduled to land, we will also have SECO 1, or second engine cutoff 1. So you may hear those callouts very closely to each other.
Stage 1 transonic.
Now you just heard that call out that stage 1 is transonic. That means that the vehicle is traveling near the speed of sound. Again, the landing burn is coming up here in about 15 seconds or so.
Stage 1 landing burn.
And there you can see on your screen that the landing burn has begun. So let's watch as Falcon 9 prepares to touch down on Just Read the Instructions.
Look at that.
Landing leg deploy.
That is so cool.
Stage 1 landing confirmed.
And as you just saw, that Falcon 9 has touched down on our drone ship. Just read the instructions.
That is so cool.
MVAC shut down.
Love it.
And we just had Seco 1.
All right. That's pretty much it.
Stage 1 on recovery 1. Nominal orbit insertion.
At least that's the good stuff. But there is a meteor shower on early activity. The peak is until Saturday night. But you never get tired of seeing that. Never. At least I don't. It's so awesome to watch those launches. But we have to focus on this tonight. And we're still on YouTube. And I think I'll continue to do that. Let's see. Maybe we put another D'Antonio Mason Diulis show. Let me see. See, the thing is, there's so much visuals. When you hear it on the audio, it doesn't really doesn't give you let me see. Trying to figure out which episode I want to put on.
You guys aren't familiar, we also run a series of observatories around the country. I have one active one in Arizona right now, and we have one here in Connecticut, which is going back in soon. And we have a third one that's going out in Arizona. And of course, Tara over there is one of the movers and shakers in that organization, skytourlivestream.org. And she is here. Daryl is one of the co-hosts, in fact, with us on Skytour Livestream. It's like all things Skytour, right?
Awesome. Yes.
Cool. Yeah.
It's the whole idea, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Hello. Yeah, he's right.
Hey,
Yeah.
it's working.
We should just give the third telescope to Tara.
Oh,
Okay.
well, yeah, but then she'll have to like be able to stream like on any night we ask her to. And,
Oh, that's right. That's right.
yeah,
I'll do my
and,
best. Okay.
Yeah.
Darn.
So the thing that's neat about this is that going back and looking at how it all happened.
Good night, Cheer Beauty
And
and
I'm not going
Daryl.
to go through all of it, obviously, but I remember sticking a little yellow flag in the ground out on the property. And I might have shown you this flag before, and I'm not going to show you now, but I just stuck it in the property, and it was on a patch of dirt out in the desert. And it was on 5 acres of land that had been cleared specifically to make it usable land, including land for an observatory. It wasn't mine. Okay, it belonged to another landowner and a good friend. And so that yellow flag stayed in the dirt for
This is an
months.
episode from a few weeks ago.
So much so that the next time I came out, I could visit my little yellow flag sitting out there in the dirt. And I looked at it and went, someday you'll be a thing. I'm not even sure what that thing is going to look like yet, but it's going to have a telescope inside of it. And I'm going to make an observatory here, and we are going to access it remotely from thousands of miles away or anywhere in the world. And then we started a GoFundMe, and the GoFundMe was wildly successful. And it brought enough money to make the building, buy the telescope, and put it in. And before you know it, I was standing on a concrete slab. Tara was there. You remember Tara?
I do. Ta-da! You were there.
I think you took a photo of me with my hands out looking at the sky, and I believe the landowner was standing right next to you. And we got that really nice picture, and it's like, and that was the beginning. And then the building started after that. Now I wasn't here for the build. I wasn't there for the building because COVID hit, and there was telepresence thing required. I couldn't get out there at the time, so I had to watch through a phone, and Tara or Marianne, Rob would be out there with a phone, just pointing it at the guys constructing, saying, "Is this what you want them to do?" Kind of a thing. And then Tara acted as the, I would say, foreman of the job, and she would actually just go to town telling them what was needed.
That's
was like I was listening to myself, because she was such a nice job, and if I've never said that publicly, let it be said now.
Thank
Okay,
you.
and then with Daryl's talent, Daryl joined us to be a co-host. He had been with us earlier, but he joined to be a co-host, and Daryl is an astronomer's astronomer, as I call him, and then he'll always go, see, but it's true. Okay.
I was with you before you ever built the observatory in Arizona.
Yeah, that's what I just said. Yeah, you were there before, and then we built the observatory in Arizona. I remember there were nights when we didn't have all the components in place, guys, and so what we would do is I would have the telescope aligned so that it knew where it was looking in the sky. But before we had the ability for the telescope to calculate for itself where it was looking in the sky, because that's what they have to do. If you're going to run them remotely, we had nights where we lost that information, and I had to restart the telescope and hunt for something in the sky by moving it up and down, left and right, until I found something we knew. Remember that, Daryl? We would do that a few times.
Oh yeah,
that's incredible.
That was actually tons of fun, because we found a lot of stuff that when we found it, we didn't know what it was, but we learned what it was, and
like the Dark Horse Nebula, the Seahorse Nebula.
Cool. We made a lot of discoveries.
We did, and it was kind of fun, and that happened during the summer. And one of the things that I tried to look for was the star Antares and Scorpius. And if I found Antares, I knew it was Antares because just to the west of it was a globular cluster called Messier 4. And if I saw both of those, I knew it was Antares, and then I could set the coordinates for Antares. And that was doing it manually. Now we've added, well, not now, but gosh, over, I think it's 2 years ago now, we added the technology for the telescope to look at any star field at all and figure out where it was looking. Okay, that's called plate solving. So in other words, for this square image, you have stars, dot, dot, dot. Yeah, you see them all? Can you see the stars? Okay, well, you see these stars in here, for instance, and those stars became a pattern that the telescope could recognize, a program running behind the scenes, I should say. And so the telescope would know where it was based on that. So once we added plate solving, Daryl and I didn't have to go hunting around for an object we knew. But
what's up,
that was fun anyway. And I have a feeling that we're going to do that again, Daryl. We're going to just start hunting through the sky and seeing what's there, because that's the joy of discovery.
I got to go outside.
So
it was. And I mean, that's like astronomy in its purest form, I think.
It is. What's in the telescope view now?
It's the discovery aspect of it.
Yep. And so we'll do that on one of our next live streams. And maybe after later on tonight, if it's clear out there, we'll actually do it again. We'll do it.
Cool.
So, but we'll go on a voyage of discovery. It's going to be sliding through the spring sky and see what we find. And I won't even care where we're looking. We'll just go looking and see what happens.
There's always something to learn.
There is always something to see. Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome.
So, and that's Sky Tour live stream. That's our telescope system. We have people come in from all over the world. We have a Patreon. Please support our Patreon. That Patreon is how we get to keep going, frankly. I'll tell you a little thing that happened on YouTube. I actually have music that plays in the background, and that music was free, and you didn't have to give any attribution. In other words, say where it came from. All right. And as I learned just this past few days, all that previously free music is now royalty music. Now you have to pay for it. Now, how do you pay for it? They take your revenue. All right. And that really kind of incensed me. All right. Because that's like, that should be illegal. It should be grandfathered in. So I was concerned about that. And that really, really bothered me. And I don't want to have to deal with that. That's like lower than low. When the company says after you have had these videos with their music on them for a year or 2 years, and they were free, you don't have to, you can use them for free and you don't have to say where they came from. That's wonderful. That's free, truly public domain music. And then for them to suddenly pull the rug out and say, oops, sorry, we're going to claim a copyright now because this music now is going to cost you. And to get our money, we're going to just steal the revenue you're making on the video.
And that's YouTube?
That's YouTube doing that now. Well, that's this company, We Are Era Music is the name of the company. So I wrote 3 out of the 4 people that run the company already, and I'm going to find out what happens. But I will badmouth them and say really rotten things about them until something happens. So anyway, that said,
hopefully they don't boot your butt.
Well, no, they're not YouTube. Okay. But the bottom line is that these folks, that offer free stuff, they can't just start charging for it after you've already included it and say, oh, well, now you owe us because you've been using our music. No, that's not the agreement. That never was how it was. So we'll see.
Didn't we always learn there's no such thing as a free lunch?
That's right. And Snapple. There ain't no such thing as a free lunch.
That's right.
Well,
sometimes people learn that the hard way.
Yeah.
Well, there's an upshot to this because what I've done is I've got all new music and it's all royalty free.
Awesome.
Without attribution required. And I'm going to use this new music and I actually like it a lot better.
Great.
Right. Yeah. Because I got used to hearing this other music, yeah. Charles says, bait and switch. Yeah, that's right. That's exactly what I kept saying in my head over and over, Charles. But
I don't get to hear the music anyway. So there.
I know you don't because last time we tried to include the music so you could hear it, you had trouble because my voice would get knocked out by the music at times, and I tried to avoid. So you're on a totally separate track. You're on a separate track down.
See, that's why. That's why there's Rumble and all the other platforms. Because I cannot do royalty music. I would drive myself batshit nuts. I can't do it. It would drive me. It would be like locking myself in an elevator and torturing myself. I would go nuts. Wow, there's some activity starting to pick up now. So I am going to actually just chill out. And we're going to do away with the show audios. And engage with the few chatters that are chatting in the chat room. Or in the chat. Speaking of chat rooms, finally. And you'll see it probably the first week in September. When you go to kgradb.com and you watch a video of a show, a real chat room is going to be to the right of it. A real chat room. So that's great. So for people that saying, oh, no, YouTube, can't hang out with everybody talking, or Facebook, I don't have Facebook, and well, now I don't have Rumble. Now you go to the website and there's a chat there. So I'm directing everyone to go to the website. Starting probably the first week of September. It's already being tested. I was part of the tests. It looks fucking great. So that's coming. I may be able to show you a picture, but I don't know if I have it. Because I took a screenshot, I think. But I'll get into trouble. I don't think I did. Shame. don't think I did. Nope, that's not it. I thought I did and sent it to Chanel. Oh yeah, I did. I did take a test shot. So this is during a live test for the new platform for KJRA. KJRA is going to have a facelift on the website. So you see, this is a test that I was streaming, and you can see the chat room here. And yeah, you can put links, you can put images, you can do anything you want in there. So we have a real chat during the video shows. And that's during a test last week. So there you go. That's what's coming. Which is finally, thankfully. But that was part of the test, so I can't get into too much more detail. Let's move this over here. Let's make myself really small, so I don't want to miss anything on the screen. Yeah, what I want to do is direct everyone that's watching the shows to go to the website now and watch it there, so that everybody that used to participate in Facebook and Rumble and that, just go to one chat area. Go to the website. Direct the traffic to the website, and the chat is there so everybody can engage. And because that's what was one of the big complaints about YouTube. Well, you're not on YouTube, we can't talk to each other. So now you can. Go to the website. And you'll be able to. And there's another cool feature coming, which I was part of a meeting. That's going to be out in September too, or maybe sooner. And it was well done. And you'll see. It's actually pretty cool. Thanks to Renee Barnett and all the people that were working involved to make this happen. I would call her, but she works tomorrow and it's late. Even though it's California, it's almost 11. But she's a night owl. She is a night owl. But I can't call her anyway because we can't really talk about it. So it's like a moot point. Can't do it. And she's not showing on. So already a lot going on. I gotta go back to Utah next year, back to Roswell, and another trip which I can't talk about. Already next year is lining up for another traveling year. It's gonna be a lot of travel, but it's gonna be fun. It's always fun. It's cool to meet everybody and hang out. But Roswell, I think I'm gonna go to Roswell for a little longer this time. And I'm actually gonna stay in Roswell longer. Because there's a lot of things I can do in Roswell with the people I've met, and they want to take me here, they want me to see this, they want to, and it's all locals. So I think I might want to do that next year. We'll see. I like planning ahead though. Then I got Pine Bush here, which I got to start really thinking about. Travis already agreed to come back because Travis does great when he's here. And I've already contacted a few people, so I'm already starting to prepare for Pine Bush 2024. So yeah, there's a lot going on already for next year. So we'll see. Yes, there's no full moon. The moon is not going to be an issue for Saturday night. I think it's a 10% moon. So the moon is not going to be an issue at all. Thank God. Look how beautiful it looks now. And it's almost 2. So this is around the time, if we're going to see any activity from now to 4:30 for at least tonight. But it's still 2 nights before peak. But we can still see some. I could have went to the crash site when I was there this year, a month ago. But I got there too late. I was invited to go on a expedition, but I got there too late. I will definitely be going next year. That's part of the plan. It was just too busy. That's the thing. When you go on these trips, it's like a work vacation. It's kind of like a vacation, but then there's work. There's a couple of days before that's like downtime, and then there's a couple of days after that are downtime, but in the middle is the work. But after work is done during the day into the evening, nighttime is like, let's go have fun. But then you got to work the next day. Actually 3 days. I was at White Sands already. Been there. I even got my bag of white sand right there from White Sands, right there. No joke. I got lava rocks from what was it? The Valley of Fire? The Valley of Fires? I think it is. Here. Look who it is on the screen. Mark and I at White Sands. Been there. We were there. And we went to the very large array. And over here, oh my God, is white sand from White Sands. That's actually the sand right there. And it's not sand. Mark was explaining it to me. There's little branches in here. Yeah, there's a branch. It's a White Sands branch. A little twig. So yeah, that's the white sand from White Sands. But not from the actual White Sands off the highway. Because you're not allowed to take anything from the actual site. But from the side of the highway, you can. But that's it. Right there. And it really is white. There's no doubt about it. And then here is just one of a few that I took back home. This is one of the lava rocks. Right there. And I took home a few. So that was cool. From the Valley of Fires. So there's a couple of things, I was doing an interview with somebody. I think it was with Marianne. And Mark D'Antonio, while I'm getting ready to do the interview, sitting down with the microphones, he throws this shit at me. The UFO thing. He's like, and I'm like, fuck, Mark! But Mark is like that. He likes to play. Oh shit! I just went off screen. And that's the thing. We have fun too. There's all kinds of stuff I brought from Roswell. This is the coolest thing, though. The media badge. This is the, you know, anybody related to the media got this. But the cool thing is how it lights up. So it lights up the badge. See? It's pretty cool. And then I got like the Roswell cups. I brought like all these little things home. Like this. And there's something I have to put in a frame. But I don't know where I put it. And I gotta find it. And that's something that's actually scaring me. Now that I think about it. Because it's ultra important. And I don't know what I did with it. But I sure as hell better find it. Because it needs to go up on a wall. I need to get, matter of fact, that's a priority. I don't know where the fuck it is. Now that I think about it, that's kind of scary because I need that. Alexa, turn on living room light.
Okay.
I don't know why I forgot about this, but I did. I don't know if it fell back there, because Bill just has too much shit. And I'm afraid to try to pull this out and go underneath. Because I'm not gonna fit. What's this? If anything, oh my god, it could be this. It's this. Very important. Yes, this is it. Alexa, shut off living room light.
Okay.
I put it back there so it wouldn't get damaged. This is mad cool. This. Yes, you're right, Omar. I think it was in New Jersey. It wasn't far from me. This right here is a KGRA thing, but it's signed by everybody that I interviewed. That day. Well, those 3 days. There's like 16 signatures on here. See Mark's there, Bryce Zabel, Nick Pope, a whole bunch of people. The guy from Ancient Aliens. Oh God, what's his name? I mean, there's so many. Keep looking up. I don't forget who wrote that. Ben Hansen. The two Paranormal Rangers, Marianne Robb, Graham Randall. What's the guy's name? Oh, David Childress. So many. They all signed this for me. Look at that. Isn't that so fucking cool? Giorgio wasn't there. But this is cool for me, and I gotta leave it out because I gotta order a frame for this. I gotta measure it and hang it up. We'll leave it right there. So that's like a cool little memento. But it was David Childress. I got a lot of people on there. I didn't read all the names. I forgot. Oh, John B. Alexander. It's Barbara Beck, the owner publisher of the Daily Record. So Cheryl Costa, Linda Costa. I can't even remember all the people that signed it. Did you what? No, there's no more left. He knows I'm lying, obviously. Here.
I don't know if Tiger's gonna let me pass by.
Don't. Yeah, but you got to get your clothing out of the dryer.
Yeah, so I want to do it real quick in the garage.
I know that, but you still have to get your stuff out of this dryer. I mean, the washing machine.
No, I took it out of there already, so it ain't in the dryer.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, so you're gonna make me get up again, right? Is that the whole point?
No, dude, no, I don't want to make you get up. I'm gonna go around.
No, don't, because I don't want him to stop barking. Just stay there.
Okay.
Let me go first, though.
He's looking at me exactly for that. He knows. He knows. He's tempted. He's like, dude, I'm watching. Kendrick, I'm watching, Kendrick.
Hold on. Here. Because he's my nanagabagados. My baby now. And yes, I still have the lollipop that they gave me that Mark brought up during his show. With a fucking scorpion inside. Because they know how much I love scorpions. And spiders. Not. Good night, X. We'll be here tomorrow night too. And Saturday. It's not over. But yeah, just like a whole bunch of stuff. I did get something pretty cool today. But I haven't used it yet. But I'm curious if it's gonna work. You folks might have used it before. It's one of those solar power charger banks for phones and all that. Has anybody ever tried using one of those? This is the first time I'm getting one of these. I'm wondering if it actually works. So tomorrow when I'm in the pool, I'm gonna connect the charger to a phone and see if it keeps it charged. Now, does it need to be fully charged on its own? Maybe. Maybe I should be doing that now to give it a full charge. Which I didn't even look into that. But this is it right here. It came today. What the fuck is this? A clip? Alexa, turn on living room light.
Okay.
Everybody that has Alexa now, their lights went on. It's a 42,800 milliamp solar power bank. That's pretty powerful. Okay, so I gotta charge it. So look how stupid this sounds. Place the solar panel in direct sunlight, but avoid high temperature. How the fuck are you supposed to do that if it's pointing directly in the sun? Although the device will charge in sunlight, please ensure the device never sits in direct sunlight for a prolonged period of time, as the charger has a maximum operating temperature of 113 degrees Fahrenheit. The solar panel is designed for emergency charging only. It should not be the primary source of charging. It's a slow transfer from solar to electricity. Interesting. It has a flashlight. Oh shit, look at that. It's got a fucking built-in flashlight. That's pretty cool. So we're gonna charge this up. But which is the one? That kind of makes me think it can't be both for charging. USB output 1. Okay. USB output input. That's 2. That's a micro. Type C output, type C input. I'm gonna just try it. It doesn't really say. It's kind of weird. Oh shit, it's got almost a full charge. I'm gonna put this to the side. That's bizarre. So the type C is the way it charges. You know, that's the shitty part. They give you the smallest fucking cable. I hate that. Let's see if this works. To charge. Oh shit, that's not a type. That's a. It's not a USB, is it? Yeah, it is. Oh yes, it is. It's charging. It's charging now. That's good. We'll test it tomorrow. Alexa, shut off living room light.
Okay.
Because I'm preparing, despite what some clown said yesterday. I'm going to, so I went to a big powwow about 3 weeks ago. And I'm going to a big event in New York City in October. And it's Indigenous Peoples Weekend celebration. And I've already submitted my paperwork for the Taino Native American ID, since I have it in my DNA. So I've been getting very involved in that. We got to move the camera up soon. We'll keep it like this for a minute. So I'm preparing when I go there to have the things I need. So I've been doing a lot of preparation for this. It's gonna be cool. And a friend of mine is going with me, so that I know for 25 years. So that's good, because I don't want to be down there by myself. It's good to go with a friend, somebody you can trust. So all these things are in preparation to be prepared. It's better to be prepared. Hopefully we'll see some activity. It's after 2 now. It's so bright in this room. I'm going to make a full screen. Oh shit, what a bad move. I gotta check the station. Okay. I totally screwed that up. And I mean fucking totally. So now I have to set the station up. What the hell was I thinking? Okay, that'll work. I need an ad. Let me work on the station for a minute. So I need 2 of them. That one. That one. Good. What's tomorrow? Friday? I got a meeting at 1. Tomorrow's the 11th. I got this. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. So right now I'm setting up the radio station. Well, yeah, the radio side. Okay, I'm good till 2 o'clock. So I'll leave it right there. I'll tell you one thing, that sky looks amazing. It looks so good that I can go outside and put up the gain even higher. If it's going down, it wasn't a Perseid. I'm gonna go outside and bring the gain up a little. We can actually make that brighter. It'll just you'll see more stars. Just like that. Like I said, tonight is not peak, but you can still see some. I thought I saw one now. Guess not. Alright, I'm gonna make this full screen. So I can, now I gotta dim these lights. The best thing to be is in a dark room. So I'm gonna bring my lights down. The lights that go around this room. I gotta do those. Oh, it just got darker. These I can dim a little bit too behind me. Now that's dark. I can go a little brighter. Like that is good. Because now I can adjust my eyes to what's going on the screen and sit back and chill out. Whoa, I gotta do it. Alexa, make an announcement.
What's the announcement?
Ma, can you please make me a cup of coffee if you're not sleeping?
Announcing.
Ma, can you please make me a cup of coffee if you're not sleeping?
Good luck with that. There's no way she's gonna get out of her bed to make me a cup of coffee. There's just no way. Which means my lazy butt is gonna have to go make it myself. You know, when you wear, I don't know if anybody else goes through this, but when you wear a hat all day and it's not tight, it gives me a headache if I wear a hat too long. It starts to give me a headache. And I'm talking after wearing it for hours. I'll tell you one thing, that looks beautiful. This must looks fucking Lewis. I got 5 pop-outs on the screen over here, so I can read all the chats. In Twitch all night, there has been not one comment, neither on Kick. Rumble was all Ken. Not much going on in Trovo. and YouTube has been generally quiet other than like 3 or 4 people. So I'm just chilling. But I can see all the pop-out chats on this screen over here. I have it on full screen here. Over here, I'm looking at Streamlabs, and over here I've got a blank monitor doing nothing right now. So I'm just chilling. But I bet this looks good on a big screen TV. Look at all those stars. That shit is beautiful. You couldn't, in a light pollution area, you ain't gonna see all this. Like if you lived in New York City, good luck. If you see 10 stars, you're lucky. With all the light pollution. This is beautiful. I just hope we see some activity. And the coffee is definitely not going to happen. But I'm getting tired. So that coffee must be done. Look at my fucking hair. It's all over the place. I'm glad I'm in the fucking dark. It almost looks like fucking Bozo the Clown. I'm not joking. We should be seeing some activity. Some. It's like I said, it's 2 nights. It's 2 nights away from peak, but still. I'm about 85 miles north of New York City. So it's almost 100 miles away. New York City. It's far enough. See some nice Pink Floyd would be good right now. Or even, what's this guy? Jar. I don't know if I would get hit with that if I played Jar. I forget which coffee it is. What blend. It's not decaf. I would have to look at it. It's something roast. Classic roast. I don't know. I don't remember. But I'm going to have to make this coffee. The only thing is, I don't want to get all like wigged out. But I'll tell you, a nice cup of coffee would be good now. But I'm going to bed in 2.5 hours. We did that the other night. We did Dark Side of the Moon. But oh shit! But that was cool. But that, I don't think that was a Perseid. Whatever that was looked weird, actually. Didn't look like a meteor. It looked weird. So there's one, but that, I don't think that was not a Perseid. That came from the top. Perseids would come from the bottom, shooting away. And it had a different color. It had a bluish color. The Persieds would be green. Did you see that? That was pretty weird. It's like, what the fuck was that? I am in such a relaxed mode right now. They are fast. What's up, Abood? If I'm reading that right. It's funny, they come into... Holy shit! Wow! That was nice! Wow! That was definitely not a Perseid. Well, whatever it was nice. You seen that one? That was one of the best ones I've gotten in a long time. It came straight down. Covered the entire screen. That was badass. Holy shit. Oh, you saw it too, Omar? That was a nice one. By the way, there are no filters on my camera. This is the way the sky looks. Raw footage. This is not filtered in any way. This is the real image. I gotta get coffee. If I don't get coffee, I'm never gonna make it. Coffee's a must. All right, do me a favor. It's gonna take me like 3 minutes. If anything happens, watch the clock and take down the number. You know, give me a timestamp is what I'm saying. I'm gonna go make some coffee. So keep an eye out, because it could get active. A little bit at least. Oh. My nan. You missed one. Another one? You seen another one? 229? Wait a minute, it can't be 229. I'm telling you, we're gonna see some. We should see a few. $224. Okay. Oh, Great Liquors put one in. $224.45. That was awesome. We're gonna see some. Look how beautiful that sky looks. My GERD is acting up. I hate it. It's not my. Everybody says, "Oh, it's your lungs." It's not my lungs. It's fucking GERD, and it acts up. I take medication for it, but the coffee definitely and the chocolate does not help it. It irritates it. But I was gonna say something, but I forgot. Oh, the sucky part. Like, say I was gonna sit outside in lounge chairs, and like all of us outside. You can't do that here. It's unsafe. Between the ticks and the mosquitoes, you could fucking die out there. You would have to definitely wear long clothes, tied up, long sleeves. This is so much better to just watch it from inside the house. And it's just more convenient because I just heard something outside. I don't know what that was. It's another one. It's dead center to the right. Who said zone? Because they're right. Zone 3. Lewis remembers the zones. That could have been a Perseid. Not really, but... Oh, that coffee's strong. Oh, shit. Mom's trying to kill me. So yeah, we're gonna start seeing them now. Somebody abducted my alien and I need my alien back. $2:30. This is like the time. Their best scene before. Oh, there goes another one. We're gonna have to put the camera up. We're gonna have to put the camera up. They're gonna start shooting up. We definitely need to put the camera up. Look how fucking low I am. Yes. Good spot. Good spot. Nice. I think we need to take my camera off. But they don't really go to that side. They go straight up pretty much from the radiant. So I'm covering a tree, so I'm not really blocking any view with my webcam. But I'm in a very dark room right now. You can see that. Best to have the lights off right now. So if you're watching this, shut all the lights off if you can. Try to be in a dark room and just sit back and chill. Now, Saturday, if it looks like this, you will see a lot of activity. It's like, mute me, put music in the background, do whatever you do, and sit back and just chill. Like I smoked the alien, PPP. Which I'm still waiting for my alien to show up again. Which I gotta find out where my alien is. He's gonna act all silly on me too. Cause he's probably in the garage with the clothing. Where are you?
I'm in the room, bro. I was gonna bring you the fire.
Okay, goodbye. That's what I wanted to know. See you. Bye. Anyway. No, my alien got abducted. Anyway. That looks so awesome. Look at that, just looks fucking. Look at all those stars. This is what happens when you don't have a moon affecting the sky. I mean, there's gotta be. I don't even want to try to count them. But there's gotta be like 100 stars on that screen, easy. Easy. Remember, Mom is watching in her bedroom. Mom is watching. Hi, Nani Gabakabu. I would pick him up, but he would hate it. Because I don't want to bother him. Do you know what he does? You know what this dog does? He stays up and looks at me to make me go to sleep. It's like he won't go to sleep until I go to sleep. He's unbelievable. He comes to check on me, then he walks away. That's what I'm dealing with. It's like my dog wants to say, go to sleep already. I'm not even kidding. He does that. He just did it. And I bet you he's back to laying down on his spot. Nope, he's by the door. Nani kabakabu. What are you doing? What are you doing? I see you. What are you doing? His tail sticking straight up like he's wondering, what the fuck am I doing? Look. Nani's kabakis. What are you doing? You can't see him. Alexa, turn on living room light.
Okay.
Nani kabakabu. The buildable. There he is. Kabakabu. All right, Alexa, shut off living room light. Enough of that. Alexa, shut off living room light.
Okay.
Listen to me. Oh shit, it went back on. Alexa, shut off living room light.
Okay.
Nope. What? Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go lay down. No. Go lay down. Go to sleep. No. Today I saw meteor coming down during the day while I was going to work. Wow. No, it's like, if you ever seen the movie 2001 Space Odyssey, and it's Hal, you know, and it goes psychopathic. I mean, I'd be worried. Seriously. That could be a, believe it or not, that could be a plane, or that could be a satellite. But it looks like a plane to me at a high altitude, because it almost looks like it's blinking. Now, for those who've traveled, and I've done a lot of traveling this year. Oh my God, how many plane flights I've taken this year is sick. But when you're way up there, you are fucking way up there in altitude. Like when you're above the clouds flying. Because I flew from here to Arizona. I flew so many flights here to Charlotte, here to Texas, Arizona, everywhere. Oh, who's this? It's got to be the midget.
Oh, yeah.
No, because I can't see your head. I could see.
Well, shit, don't do that. No midgets.
I know you're not a midget, my man. I'm just joking with you. I know I wouldn't want to make fun of people that are small. I'm not saying I'm messing with you. I know you don't like it, so I won't do it again. That's true, Lewis. What's up, Vespas? If you're still here. Why? No, don't. He doesn't like it. Why would you come in here anyway for that? Why don't you just do it in your room?
Because I'm in my room cleaning.
Man, I had the coffee, and this coffee's strong.
Yeah, it is.
Right?
And I try not to make it strong.
Oh my God. It's gonna knock my socks off. Oh. No, let him stay here. Or let him go with you. I don't care. Take him, but you're cleaning. Don't put him there. Yeah, this is gonna wire me. I could tell. I'm in trouble with that coffee. That coffee's too strong. So remember you were asking about the coffee earlier? This is like steroidal coffee. It's like too. Oh, he's pushing my hand. You hear him? What? No way. Oh, I know what I could do for just to throw throw shit off for a minute. Let me lower my mic. I'm gonna play my Skywatch theme because I can. Because we're on YouTube. But at least I can play my music, right? Godzilla. Gojira. Come, I can't hear it. So I wrote these. These are my songs that I wrote for Skywatchers. Satellite, bottom right. Now I'm wired. Done. I'll be up till 5:30 at least now with that coffee. Oh my god. I hit a wrong note. Come on, let's get some action. Yeah, it's repetitive. some of them suck because I was experimenting. I hear you, Omer. Another satellite going up. Could be a plane or an iridium satellite. Another one coming from the upper right. Very faint. We're in a good spot. There's another one going up. Faint on the right. Yeah. Homer. This song is gonna drive me nuts. Let me go to the next one. Carnival song. Sounds like a fucking carnival. Or a fucking old video game. I've written all of these. These are mine. But it gets monotonous because it's loop. I loop it. This was one of my favorites, but the recording was so horrible. Later, Omer. Definitely tomorrow night after 11 Eastern. After I'm done with some shows, I'll be live. After 11 Eastern. This is my favorite right here. This is my favorite. we're saying goodbye, unfortunately, to YouTube because I want to hear music. So, Mom, if you're watching, it's going to end now on your TV. So to anybody who's on YouTube, have a great night. We're going to continue on Rumble, Trovo, Twitch, and Kick. So we'll be streaming on those platforms. I put the link in for Rumble in YouTube because I am so done. Anyway, be well, be blessed, be safe on YouTube. See you tomorrow night or later tonight after 11 Eastern because I'm definitely going to cover this tomorrow if it's clear. So I'm going to end officially the stream on YouTube in approximately 30 seconds. So good night, YouTube.